Chapter 26 of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 26, in which our hero becomes excessively unwell and agrees to go through a course of medicine. The hammocks were not piped down that night. Some were taken indiscriminately for the wounded, but the rest remained in the nettings, for all hands were busy preparing jury masts and jury rigging, and Mr. Potiphar was so well employed that for 12 hours his hands were not in his pockets. It was indeed a dreadful night. The waves were mountains high, and chased the frigate in their fury, cresting, breaking, and roaring at her taffrail, but she flew before them with the wings of the wind, 4 men at the helm, assisted by others at the relieving tackles below. Jack, having been thanked on and washed off the quarter-deck, thought that he had done quite enough. He was as deep as he could swim before he had satisfied all the scruples of the chaplain, and stowing himself away on one of the lockers of the midshipman's berth, was soon fast asleep, notwithstanding that the frigate rolled gunwale under. Gascoigne had done much better. He had taken down a hammock, as he said, for a poor wounded man, hung it up, and turned in himself. The consequence was that the next morning the surgeon, who saw him lying in the hammock, had put him down in the report, but Gascoigne had got up as well as ever. He laughed and scratched his name out of the list of wounded. Before morning the ship had been pumped out dry, and all below made as secure and safe as circumstances would permit, but the gale still continued its violence, and there was anything but comfort on board. "I say, Martin, you ought to be thrown overboard," said Gascoigne. "All this comes from your croaking. You're a Mother Carey's chicken." "I wish I'd been anyone's chicken," replied Martin, "but the devil a thing to nestle under have I had since I can well remember." "What a bore to have no galley fire lighted," said one of the youngsters, "no tea, and not allowed any grog." "The gale will last 3 days," replied Martin, "and by that time we shall not be far from the admiral. It won't blow home there." "Well, then, we shall be ordered in directly, and I shall go on shore to morrow," replied Easy. "Yes, if you're ill," replied Gascoigne. "Never fear, I shall be sick enough. We shall be there at least 6 weeks, and then we'll forget all this." "Yes," replied Martin, "we may forget it, but will the poor fellows whose limbs are shrivelled forget it? And will poor Miles, the boatswain, who is blind for ever?" "Very true, Martin. We are thinking about ourselves, not thankful for our escape, and not feeling for others," replied Gascoigne. "Give us your hand, Ned," said Jack Easy, "and Martin, we ought to thank you for telling us the truth. We are a selfish set of fellows." "But we took our share with the others," replied one of the midshipmen. "That is more reason for us to be grateful and to pity them," replied Jack. "Suppose you had lost your arm or your eyesight, we would have pitied you, so now pity others." "Well, so I do, now I think of it." "Think oftener, youngster," answered Martin, going on deck. What a change from the morning of the day before! But 24 hours had passed away, and the sea had been smooth. The frigate dashed through the blue water, proud in all her canvas, graceful as a swan. Since that there had been a fire, tempest, lightning, disaster, danger, and death. Her masts were tossed about on the snowy waves hundreds of miles away from her, and she, a wreck, was rolling heavily, groaning and complaining in every timber, as she urged her impetuous race with the furious running sea. How wrong are those on shore who assert that sailors are not religious! How is it possible, supposing them to be possessed of feeling, to be otherwise? On shore, where you have nothing but the change of seasons, each in its own particular beauty, nothing but the blessings of the earth, its fruits, its flowers, nothing but the bounty, the comforts, the luxuries which have been invented, where you can rise in the morning in peace and lay down your head at night in security. God may be neglected and forgotten for a long time, but at sea, when each gale is a warning, each disaster acts as a check, each escape as a homily upon the forbearance of Providence, that man must indeed be brutalized who does not feel that God is there. On shore we seldom view him but in all his beauty and kindness, but at sea we are as often reminded how terrible he is in his wrath. Can it be supposed that the occurrences of the last 24 hours were lost upon the minds of any one man in that ship? No, no. In their courage and activity they might appear reckless, but in their hearts they acknowledged and bowed unto their God. Before the day was over, a jury foremast had been got up, and sail having been put upon it, the ship was steered with greater ease and safety. The main brace had been spliced to cheer up the exhausted crew, and the hammocks were piped down. As Gascoigne had observed, some of the men were not very much pleased to find that they were minus their blankets, but Captain Wilson ordered their losses to be supplied by the purser and expended by the master, so this quite altered the case, as they obtained new blankets in most cases for old ones. But still it was impossible to light the galley fire, and the men sat on their chests and nibbled biscuit. By 12 o'clock that night the gale broke, and more sail was necessarily put on the scudding vessels, for the sea still ran fast and mountains high. At daylight the sun burst out and shone brightly on them. The sea went gradually down, the fire was lighted, and Mr Potiphar, whose hands were again in his pockets, at 12 o'clock gave the welcome order to pipe to dinner. As soon as the men had eaten their dinner, the frigate was once more brought to the wind, her jurymast forward improved upon, and more sail made upon it. The next morning there was nothing of the gale left except the dire effects which it had produced, the black and riven stump of the foremast still holding up a terrific warning of the power and fury of the elements. 3 days more and the Aurora joined the Toulon fleet. When she was first seen it was imagined by those on board of the other ships that she had been in action, but they soon learnt that the conflict had been against more direful weapons than any yet invented by mortal hands. Captain Wilson waited upon the admiral, and of course received immediate orders to repair to port and refit. In a few hours the Aurora had shaped her course for Malta, and by sunset the Toulon fleet were no longer in sight.
"By the holy poker, Massa Easy, but that terrible sort of gale the other day anyhow. I think one time we all go to Davy Joney's locker."
"Very true, Mesty. I hope never to meet with such another."
"Den, Massa Easy, why you go to sea? When man have no money, nothing to eat, den he go to sea. But everybody say you have plenty money. Why you come to sea?"
"I'm sure I don't know," replied Jack thoughtfully. "I came to sea on account of equality and the rights of man."
"Ah, Master Easy, you come to wrong place anyhow. Now I think a good deal lately, and by all the power, I think equality all stuff."
"All stuff, Mesty? Why, you used to think otherwise."
"Yes, Master Easy, But then I boiled the kettle for all young gentlemen. Now that I ship's corporal and have cane, I think so no longer."
Jack made no reply, but he thought the more. The reader must have perceived that Jack's notions of equality were rapidly disappearing. He defended them more from habit, and perhaps a wilfulness which would not allow him to acknowledge himself wrong, to which may be added his love of argument. Already he had accustomed himself to obedience of his superiors, and, notwithstanding his arguments, he would admit of no resistance from those below him. Not that it was hardly ever attempted, for Jack was anything but a tyrant, and was much beloved by all in the ship. Every day brought its lesson, and Captain Wilson was now satisfied that Jack had been almost cured of the effects of his father's ridiculous philosophy. After a few minutes Mesty tapped his cane on the funnel and recommenced.
"Then why you stay at sea, Master Easy?"
"I don't know, Mesty. I don't dislike it."
"But, Master Easy, why you stay in midshipman berth? Eat hard biscuit, salt pig, salt horse, when you can go ashore and live like gentlemen. That very foolish. Why not be your own master? By all the power, suppose I had money, catch me board ship. Little sea very good, Master Easy, open one's eyes, but think of the lightning t'other night. Poor Massa Bosun, he shut him eyes for ever."
"Very true, Mesty."
"Me hope you think of this, sir, and when you go on shore you take Mesty with you. He serve you well, Master Easy, long as he live, by the holy St. Patrick. And then, Master Easy, you marry wife, have pickaninny, live like gentlemen. You think of this, Master Easy."
The mention of the word marriage turned the thoughts of our hero to his Agnes, and he made no reply. Mesty walked away, leaving our hero in deep thought. This conversation had more effect upon Jack than would have been imagined, and he very often found he was putting to himself the question of Mesty, "Why do you stay at sea?" He had not entered the service with any particular view, except to find equality, and he could not but acknowledge to himself that, as Mesty observed, he had come to the wrong place. He had never even thought of staying to serve his time, nor had he looked forward to promotion, and one day commanding a ship. He had only cared for the present, without indulging in a future anticipation of any reward, except in a union with Agnes. Mesty's observations occasioned Jack to reflect upon the future for the first time in his life, and he was always perplexed when he put the question of Mesty, and tried to answer to himself as to what were his intentions in remaining in the service. Nevertheless, Jack did his duty very much to the satisfaction of Mr Pottyfar, and after a tedious passage from baffling and light winds, the Aurora arrived at Malta. Our hero had had some conversation with his friend Gascoigne, in which he canvassed his future plans, all of which, however, ended in one settled point, which was that he was to marry Agnes. As for the rest, Gascoigne was of opinion that Jack ought to follow up the service and become a captain. But there was plenty of time to think about that, as he observed. Now all they had to consider was how to get on shore, for the refitting of the ship was an excuse for detaining them on board, which they knew Mr Pottyfar would avail himself of. Jack dined in the gun room on the day of their arrival, and he resolved that he would ask that very evening. Captain Wilson was already on shore at the Governor's. Now there had been a little difference of opinion between Mr Pottyfar and Mr Hawkins, the chaplain, on a point of seamanship, and most of the officers sided with the chaplain, who, as we have before observed, was a first-rate seaman. It had ended in high words, for Mr Hawkins had forgotten himself so far as to tell the first lieutenant that he had a great deal to learn, not having even got over the midshipman's trick of keeping his hands in his pockets; and Mr Potiphar had replied that it was very well for him as chaplain to insult others, knowing that his cassock protected him. This was a bitter reply to Mr Hawkins, who, at the very time that the insinuation made his blood boil, was also reminded that his profession forbade a retort. He rushed into his cabin, poor fellow, having no other method left, vented his indignation in tears, and then consoled himself by degrees with prayer. In the meantime Mr Potiphar had gone on deck, wroth with Hawkins and with his messmates, as well as displeased with himself. He was indeed in a humour to be pleased with nobody, and in a most unfortunate humour to be asked leave by a midshipman. Nevertheless, Jack politely took off his hat and requested leave to go on shore and see his friend the Governor, upon which Mr Potiphar turned round to him, with his feet spread wide open, and thrusting his hands to the very bottom of his pockets, as if in determination, said: "Mr Easy, you know the state of the ship. We have everything to do, new masts, new rigging, everything almost to refit, and yet you ask to go on shore. Now, sir, you may take this answer for yourself and all the other midshipmen in the ship, that not one soul of you puts his foot on shore until we are again all a taunto." "Allow me to observe, sir," said our hero, "that it is very true that all our services may be required when the duty commences, but this being Saturday night, and to morrow Sunday, the frigate will not be even moved till Monday morning, and as the work cannot begin before that, I trust you will permit me leave until that time." "My opinion is different, sir," replied the first lieutenant. "Perhaps, sir, you will allow me to argue the point," replied Jack. "No, sir, I never allow argument. Walk over to the other side of the deck, if you please." "Oh, certainly, sir," said Jack, "if you wish it." Jack's first idea was to go on shore without leave, but from this he was persuaded by Gascoigne, who told him that it would displease Captain Wilson, and that old Tom, the Governor, would not receive him. Jack agreed to this, and then, after a flourish about the rights of man, tyranny, oppression, and so forth, he walked forward to the forecastle, where he found his friend Mesty, who had heard all that had passed, and who insidiously said to him in a low tone: "Why you stay at sea, Master Easy?" Why, indeed, thought Jack, boiling with indignation, to be cooped up here at the will of another. I am a fool. Mesty is right. I'll ask for my discharge to morrow. Jack went down below and told Gascoigne what he determined to do. "You'll do no such thing, Jack," replied Gascoigne. "Depend upon it, you'll have plenty of leave in a day or two. Potiphar was in a pet with the chaplain, who was too much for him. Captain Wilson will be on board at 9 o'clock." Nevertheless, Jack walked his first watch with the magnificence, as all biddies do when they cannot go on shore, and turned in at 12 o'clock with the resolution of sticking to his purpose and quitting his Majesty's service; in fact, of presenting his Majesty with his between 2 and 3 years' time, served as midshipman, all free, gratis, and for nothing, except his provisions and his pay, which some captains are bold enough to assert that they not only are not worth, but not even the salt that accompanies it, forgetting that they were once midshipmen themselves, and at the period were, of course, of about the same value. The next morning Captain Wilson came off, the ship's company were mustered, the service read by Mr Hawkins, and Jack, as soon as all the official duties were over, was about to go up to the captain, when the captain said to him:
Mr. Easy, the governor desired me to bring you on shore to dine with him, and he has a bed at your service."
Jack touched his hat and ran down below to make his few preparations. By the time that Mesty, who had taken charge of his chest, etc., had put his necessaries in the boat, Jack had almost made up his mind that his Majesty should not be deprived yet a while of so valuable an officer. Jack returned on deck and found that the captain was not yet ready. He went up to Mr Pottyfar and told him that the captain had ordered him to go on shore with him, and Mr Pottyfar, who had quite got over his spleen, said, "Very well, Mr Easy, I wish you a great deal of pleasure." "This is very different from yesterday," thought Jack. "Suppose I try the medicine." I'm not very well, Mr Pottyfar, and those pills of the doctor's don't agree with me. I always am ill if I am long without air and exercise." "Very true," said the first lieutenant. "People require air and exercise. I've no opinion of the doctor's remedies. The only thing that is worth a farthing is the universal medicine." "I should so long to try it, sir," replied Jack. "I read the book one day, and it said that if you took it daily for a fortnight or 3 weeks, and with plenty of air and exercise, it would do wonders." "And it's very true," replied Mr Pottyfar, "and if you'd like to try it, you shall. I have plenty. Shall I give you a dose now?" "If you please, sir," replied Jack, "and tell me how often I am to take it, for my head aches all day." Mr Pottyfar took Jack down, and putting into his hand 3 or 4 bottles of the preparation, told him that he was to take 30 drops at night, when he went to bed, not to drink more than 2 glasses of wine, and to avoid the heat of the sun. "But, sir," replied Jack, who had put the bottles in his pocket, "I'm afraid that I cannot take it long, for as the ship is ready for fitting, I shall be exposed to the sun all day." "Yes, if you are wanted, Mr Easy, but we have plenty here without you, and when you are unwell you cannot be expected to work. Take care of your health, and I trust, indeed I am sure, that you will find this medicine wonderfully efficacious." "I will begin to night, sir, if you please," replied Jack, "and I am very much obliged to you. I sleep at the Governor's. Shall I come on board to morrow morning?" "No, no, take care of yourself and get well. I shall be glad to hear that you get better. Send me word how it acts." "I will, sir, send you word by the boat every day," replied Jack, delighted. "I am very much obliged to you, sir. Gascoigne and I were thinking of asking you, but did not like to do so. He, poor fellow, suffers from headaches almost as bad as I do, and the doctor's pills are of no use to him." "He shall have some too, Mr Easy. I thought he looked pale. I'll see to it this afternoon. Recollect, moderate exercise, Mr Easy, and avoid the sun at midday." "Yes, sir," replied Jack, "I'll not forget." And off went Jack, delighted. He ordered Mesty to put up his whole portmanteau instead of the small bundle he had put into the boat, and telling Gascoigne what a spoke he had put into his wheel, was soon in the boat with the captain, and went on shore, where he was cordially greeted by the Governor. Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Mr Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mr Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 27, in which Captain Wilson is repaid with interest for Jack's borrowing his name, proving that a good name is as good as a legacy.
"Well, Jack, my boy, have you any long story ready for me?" inquired the Governor.
"Yes, sir," replied Jack. "I have one or two very good ones."
"Very well, we'll hear them after dinner," replied old Tom. "In the meantime, find out your room and take possession."
"That must not be for very long, Governor," observed Captain Wilson. "Mr Easy must learn his duty, and there is a good opportunity now." "If you please, sir," replied Jack, "I'm on the sick list." "Sick list?" said Captain Wilson. "You were not in the report I was given this morning." "No, I'm on Mr Potiphar's list, and I'm going through a course of the universal medicine."
"What's all this, Jack? What's all this? There's some story here. Don't be afraid of the captain, you've got me to back you," said the Governor.
Jack was not at all afraid of the captain, so he told him how the first lieutenant had refused him leave the evening before, and how he had now given him permission to remain and try the universal medicine, at which the Governor laughed heartily, nor could Captain Wilson refrain from joining. "But, Mr Easy," replied the captain, after a pause, "if Mr Potiphar will allow you to stay on shore, I cannot. You have your duty to learn. You must be aware that now is your time, and you must not lose opportunities that do not occur every day. You must acknowledge the truth of what I say." "Yes, sir," replied Jack, "I admit it all, provided I do intend to follow the profession." And so saying, our hero bowed and left the verandah where they had been talking. This hint of Jack's, thrown out by him more with the intention of prevent him being sent on board than with any definite idea, was not lost upon either the captain or the Governor.
"Does he jib then?" observed the Governor.
"On the contrary, I never knew him more attentive, and so entirely getting rid of his former notions. He has behaved most nobly in the gale, and there has not been one complaint against him. I never was more astonished. He must have meant something."
"I'll tell you what he means, Wilson, that he does not like to be sent on board, nothing more. He's not to be cooped up. You may lead him, but not drive him."
"Yes, but the service will not admit of it. I never could allow it. He must do his duty like the rest, and conform to the rules."
"Exactly, so he must. But look ye, Wilson, you must not lose him. It's all easily settled. Appoint him your orderly midshipman to and from the ship. That will be appointment, and he can always remain here at night. I will tell him that I have asked, as a favour, what I now do, and leave me to find out what he is thinking."
"It may be done that way, certainly," replied Captain Wilson, musing, "and you are more likely to get his intentions from him than I am. I am afraid he has too great a command of money ever to be fond of the ship. It is the ruin of a junior officer to be so lavishly supplied."
"He's a long way from ruin yet, Wilson. He's a very fine fellow, even by your own acknowledgment. You humoured him out of gratitude to his father when he first came into the service. Humour him a little now to keep him in it. Besides, if your first lieutenant is such a fool with his universal medicine, can you wonder at a midshipman taking advantage of it?"
"No, but I ought not allow him to do so with my eyes open."
"He has made it known to you upon honour, and you ought not take advantage of his confidence. But still, what I proposed would, I think, be the best. for then he will be at his duty in a way that will suit all parties. You, because you employ him on service, the first lieutenant because Jack can take his medicine, and Jack because he can dine with me every day."
"Well, I suppose it must be so," replied Captain Wilson, laughing; "but still I trust you will discover what is working in his mind to induce him to give me that answer, Governor."
"Never fear. Jack shall confess, and lay his soul as bare as that of a Catholic bigot before his padre."
The party sat down to dinner, and what with the Governor's aide de camp and those invited, it was pretty numerous. After the cloth had been removed, the Governor called upon Jack for his stories, whereupon, much to the surprise of Captain Wilson, who had never heard one word of it, for the admiral had not mentioned anything about it to him during the short time the Aurora was with the Toulon fleet, our hero gave the Governor and company the narrative of all that happened in the Marryat transport, the loves of Captain Hogg and Miss Hicks, the adventures of Gascoigne, and his plan, by which he balked them all. The Governor was delighted, and Captain Wilson not a little astonished. "You prevented a very foolish thing, Mr Easy, and behaved very well," observed the captain, laughing again at the idea; "but you never told me of all this." "No, sir," replied Jack. "I have always reserved my stories for the Governor's table, where I am sure to meet you, and then telling them once does for all." Jack received his appointment as orderly midshipman, and everything went on well, for of his own accord he stayed on board the major part of the day to learn his duty, which very much pleased the captain and Mr Pottyfar. In this Jack showed a great deal of good sense, and Captain Wilson did not repent of the indulgence he had shown him. Jack's health improved daily, much to Mr Pottyfar's satisfaction, who imagined that he took the universal medicine night and morning. Gascoigne also was a patient under the first lieutenant's hands, and often on shore with our hero, who thought no more of quitting the service. For 7 weeks they had now remained in harbour, for even the masts had to be made, when one day Captain Wilson opened a letter he received at breakfast time, and having read it, laid it down with the greatest surprise depicted in his countenance. "Good heavens, what can this mean?" said he.
"What's the matter, Wilson?" said the Governor.
"Just hear its contents, Sir Thomas." Captain Wilson read in Spanish as followed: "Honourable Sir, it is my duty to advise you that the Honourable Lady Signora Alforgas de Guzman, now deceased, has in her testament bequeathed to you the sum of 1,000 doubloons in gold, as a testimony of your kind services on the night of the 12th of August. You will authorise any merchant here to receive the money. It shall be paid forthwith, or remitted in any way you please to appoint. May you live 1,000 years. Your most obedient servant, Alfonso Jerez." Jack heard the letter read, rose quietly, whistled low, as if not attending to it, and then slipped out of the room unperceived by the Governor or Captain Wilson. The fact was that, although Jack had longed to tell the Governor about his adventures after the masquerade, he did not like yet a while, until he was sure that there were no consequences, because he had given the captain's name instead of his own. As soon as he heard the letter read, he at once perceived that it had been the old lady and not the priests who had made the inquiry, and that by giving Captain Wilson's name he had obtained for him this fine legacy. Jack was delighted, but still puzzled, so he walked out of the room to reflect a little. "What can it mean?" said Captain Wilson. "I never rendered any services to any one on the 12th of August or after it. It is some mistake. 12th of August. That was the day of the grand masquerade.
A lucky one for you, by all events. For you know, mistake or not, no one else can touch the legacy. It can only be paid to you.
I never heard of anything taking place at the masquerade. I was there, but I left early, for I was not well. Mr Easy, said Captain Wilson, turning round. But Jack was gone.
Was he at the masquerade?
asked the Governor. Yes, I know he was, for the first lieutenant told me he requested not to come on board till the next day.
Depend upon it,
replied the Governor, striking his fist upon the table,
that Jack's at the bottom of it.
I should not be surprised at his being at the bottom of anything, replied Captain Wilson, laughing.
Leave it to me, Wilson, I'll find out.
After a little more conversation, Captain Wilson went on board, leaving Jack on purpose that the Governor might pump him. But this Sir Thomas had no occasion to do, for Jack had made up his mind to make the Governor his confidant, and he immediately told him the whole story. The Governor held his sides at our hero's description, especially at his ruse of giving the captain's name instead of his own.
You'll kill me, Jack, before you're done with me, said old Tom at last. But now, what is to be done?
Our hero now became grave. He pointed out to the Governor that he himself had plenty of money and would come into a large fortune, and that Captain Wilson was poor with a large family. All Jack wanted the Governor to manage was that Captain Wilson might consent to accept the legacy.
Right, boy, right. You're my own boy, replied the Governor. But we must think of this, for Wilson is the very soul of honour, and there might be some difficulty about it. Have you told nobody?
Not a soul but you, Sir Thomas.
It will never do to tell him all this, Jack, for he would insist that the legacy belong to you.
I have it, sir, replied Jack. When I was going into the masquerade, I offered my hand to this very old lady, who was covered in diamonds, out of her carriage, and she was so frightened at my dress of the devil that she would have fallen down had it not been for Captain Wilson, who supported her, and she was very thankful to him.
You are right, Jack, replied the Governor after a short pause. That will, I think, do. I must tell him the story of the friars, because I swore you had something to do with it, but I'll tell him no more. Leave it all to me.
Captain Wilson returned in the afternoon and found the Governor on the verandah.
I've had some talk with young Easy, said the Governor, and he has told me a strange story about that night, which he was afraid to tell to everybody.
The Governor then narrated the history of the friars and the will. Well, but, observed Captain Wilson, the history of that will afford no clue to the legacy.
No, it does not, but still, as I said, Jack had a hand in this. He frightened the old lady as a devil, and you caught her in your arms and saved her from falling, so he had a hand in it, you see.
I do now remember that I did save a very dowager-like old personage from falling at the sight of a devil, who, of course, must have been our friend Easy.
Well, and that accounts for the whole of it.
1,000 doubloons for picking up an old lady?
Yes, why not? Have you not heard of a man having a fortune left him for merely opening the pew door of a church to an old gentleman?
Yes, but it appears so strange.
There's nothing strange in this world, Wilson, nothing at all. We may slave for years and get no reward, and do a trifle out of politeness and become independent. In my opinion, this mystery is unravelled. The old lady, for I knew the family, must have died immensely rich. She knew you in your full uniform, and she asked your name. A heavy fall would have been, to one so fat, a most serious affair. You saved her, and she has rewarded you handsomely."
"Well," replied Captain Wilson, "as I can give no other explanation, I suppose yours is the correct one. But it's hardly fair to take 1,000 doubloons from her relations merely for an act of civility."
"You really are quite ridiculous. The old lady owned half Mercia, to my knowledge. It is no more to them than any one leaving you a suit of mourning in an English legacy. I wish you joy. It will help you with a large family, and in justice to them you are bound to take it. Everybody does as he pleases with his own money. Depend upon it, you saved her from breaking her leg short off at the hip joint."
"Upon that supposition, I presume I must accept of the legacy," replied Captain Wilson, laughing.
"Of course, send for it at once. The rate of exchange is now high. I will give you government bills, which will make it nearly £4,000.
£4,000 for preventing an old woman from falling?" replied Captain Wilson.
"Devilishly well paid, Wilson, and I congratulate you."
"For how much am I indebted to the father of young Easy?" observed Captain Wilson, after a silence of some minutes. "If he had not assisted me when I was appointed to a ship, I should not have gained my promotion, nor £3,000 I have made in prize money, the command of a fine frigate, and now £4,000 in a windfall." The Governor thought he was more indebted to Jack than to his father for some of these advantages, but he was careful not to point them out.
"It's very true," observed the Governor, "that Mr Easy was of service to you when you were appointed, but allow me to observe that for your ship, your prize money, and for your windfall, you have been wholly indebted to your own gallantry, in both senses of the word. Still, Mr Easy is a fine generous fellow, and so is his son, I can tell you. By the by, I had a long conversation with him the other day."
"About himself?"
"Yes, all about himself. He appears to me to have come into the service without any particular motive, and will be just as likely to leave it in the same way. He appears to be very much in love with that Sicilian nobleman's daughter. I find that he has written to her and to her brother since he has been here."
"That he came into the service in search of what he never will find in this world, I know very well, and I presume that he has found that out, and that he will follow up the service is also very doubtful, but I do not wish that he should leave it yet. It is doing him a great good," replied Captain Wilson.
"I agree with you there. I have a great influence with him, and he shall stay yet a while. He is heir to a very large fortune, is he not?"
"A clear £8,000 a year, if not more."
"If his father dies, he must of course leave. A midshipman with £8,000 a year would indeed be an anomaly."
"That the service could not permit. It would be as injurious to himself as it would to others about him. At present he has almost, indeed I may say, quite an unlimited command of money."
"That's bad, very bad. I wonder he behaves so well as he does."
and so do I, but he really is a very superior lad, with all his peculiarities, and a general favourite with those whose opinions and friendship are worth having."
"Well, don't curb him too tight, for really he does not require it. He goes very well in a snaffle."
End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 28. Philosophy made easy upon agrarian principles, the subject of some uneasiness to our hero. The first appearance, but not the last, of an important personage. The conversation was here interrupted by a mail from England, which they had been expecting. Captain Wilson retired with his letters, the Governor remained equally occupied, and our hero received the first letter ever written to him by his father. It ran as follows: "My dear son, I have many times taken up my pen with the intention of letting you know how things went on in this country, but as I can perceive around but one dark horizon of evil, I have as often laid it down again without venturing to make you unhappy with such bad intelligence. The account of your death, and also of your unexpectedly being yet spared to us, were duly received, and, I trust, I mourned and rejoiced on each occasion with all the moderation characteristic of a philosopher. In the first instance, I consoled myself with the reflection the world you had left was in a state of slavery, and pressed down by the iron arm of despotism, and that to die was gain, not only in all the parson tells us, but also in our liberty. And at the second intelligence I moderated my joy for nearly about the same reasons, resolving, notwithstanding what Dr Middleton may say, to die as I have lived, a true philosopher. The more I reflect, the more I am convinced that there is nothing required to make this world happy but equality and the rights of man being duly observed. In short, that everything and everybody should be reduced to one level. Do we not observe that it is the law of nature? Do not brooks run into rivers, rivers into seas, mountains crumble down upon the plains? Are not the seasons contented to equalise the parts of the earth? Why does the sun run round the ecliptic instead of the equator, but to give an equal share of his heat to both sides of the world? Are we not all equally born in misery? Does not death level us all aqueo pede, as the poet hath? Are we not all equally hungry, thirsty, and sleepy, and thus levelled by our natural wants? And such being the case, ought we not to have our equal share of all good things in this world, to which we have undoubted equal right? Can any argument be more solid or more level than this, whatever nonsense Dr Middleton may talk? Yes, my son, if it were not that I still hope to see the sun of justice arise and disperse the manifold dark clouds which obscure the land, if I did not still hope in my time
to see an equal distribution of property, an agrarian law passed by the House of Commons, in which all should benefit alike, I would not care how soon I left this vale of tears, created by tyranny and injustice. At present the same system is carried on. The nation is taxed for the benefit of the few, and it groans under oppression and despotism. But I still do think that there is, if I may fortunately express myself, a bright star in the west, and signs of the time which comfort me. Already we have had a good deal of incendiarism about the country, and some of the highest aristocracy have pledged themselves to raise the people above themselves, and have advised sedition and conspiracy, and have shown to the debased and unenlightened multitude that their force is physically irresistible, and recommended them to make use of it, promising that if they hold in power they will only use that power to the abolition of our farce of a constitution, of a church, and of a king, and that if the nation is to be governed at all, it shall only be governed by the many. This is cheering. Hail, patriot lords, all hail! I am in hope yet that the great work will be achieved, in spite of the laughs and sneers and shakes of the head which my arguments still meet with from that obstinate fellow, Dr. Middleton. Your mother is in a quiet way. She has given over reading and working, and even her knitting, as useless, and she now sits all day long at the chimney corner, twiddling her thumbs and waiting, as she says, for the millennium. Poor thing, she is very foolish with her ideas about this matter, but as usual I let her have her own way in everything, copying the philosopher of old, who was tied to his Xantippe. I trust, my dear son, that your principles have strengthened with your years and fortified with your growth, and that, if necessary, you will sacrifice all to obtain what, in my opinion, will prove to be the real millennium. Make all the converts you can, and believe me to be your affectionate father and true guide, Nicodemus Easy.
Jack, who was alone, shook his head as he read this letter, and then laid it down with a pish. He did it involuntarily, and was surprised at himself when he found that he had done so. I should like to argue the point, thought Jack, in spite of himself, and then he threw the letter on the table and went into Gascoigne's room, displeased with his father and with himself. He asked Ned whether he had received any letters from England, and, it being near dinner time, went back to dress. On his coming down into the receiving room with Gascoigne, the governor said to them, "As you both speak Italian, you must take charge of a Sicilian officer who has come here with letters of introduction to me, and who dines here to-day." Before dinner they were introduced to the party in question, a slight-made, well-looking young man, but still there was an expression in his countenance which was not agreeable. In compliance with the wishes of the governor, Don Mathias, for so he was called, was placed between our two midshipmen, who immediately entered into conversation with him, being themselves anxious to make inquiries about their friends at Palermo. In the course of conversation, Jack inquired of him whether he was acquainted with Don Rebiera, to which the Sicilian answered in the affirmative, and they talked about the different members of the family. Don Mathias, toward the close of the dinner, inquired of Jack by what means he had become acquainted with Don Rebiera, and Jack, in reply, narrated how he and his friend Gascoigne had saved him from being murdered by two villains. After this reply the young officer appeared to be less inclined for conversation, but before the party broke up requested to have the acquaintance of our two midshipmen. As soon as he was gone, Gascoigne observed in a reflective way, "I have seen that face before, but where I cannot exactly say. But you know, Jack, what a memory of people I have, and I have seen him before, I am sure." "I can't recollect that ever I have," replied our hero, "but I never knew any one who could recollect in that way as you do." The conversation was then dropped between them, and Jack was for some time listening to the Governor and Captain Wilson, for the whole party were gone away, when Gascoigne, who had been in deep thought since he had made the observation to Jack, sprang up. "I have him at last," cried he. "Have who?" demanded Captain Wilson. "That Sicilian officer. I could have sworn that I had seen him before."
"That Don Matthias?"
"No, Sir Thomas, he is not Don Matthias. He is the very Don Silvio who was murdering Don Rebiera when we came to his assistance and saved him." "I do believe you are right, Gascoigne."
"I am positive of it," replied Gascoigne.
"I never made a mistake in my life."
"Bring me those letters, Easy," said the Governor, "and let us see what they say of him. Here it is, Don Matthias de Alaeres. You may be mistaken, Gascoigne. It is a heavy charge you are making against this young man."
"Well, Sir Thomas, if that is not Don Silvio, I'd forfeit my commission if I had it here in my hand. Besides, I observed the change in his countenance when we told him it was Easy and I who had come to Don Rebiera's assistance. And did you observe that after that, Easy, that he hardly said a word?" "Very true," replied Jack.
"Well, well, we must see to this," observed the Governor. "If so, this letter of introduction must be a forgery."
The party then retired to bed, and the next morning, while Easy was in Gascoigne's room talking over their suspicions, letters from Palermo were brought up to him. They were in answer to those written by Jack on his arrival at Malta. A few lines from Don Rebiera, a small note from Agnes, and a voluminous detail from his friend Don Philip, who informed him of the good health of all parties and of their goodwill towards him, of Agnes being as partial as ever, of his having spoken plainly, as he had promised Jack, to his father and mother relative to the mutual attachment, of their consent being given and then withheld, because Father Tommaso, their confessor, would not listen to the union of Agnes with a heretic, but nevertheless telling Jack that this would be got over through the medium of his brother and himself, who were determined that their sister and he should not be made unhappy about such a trifle. But the latter part of the letter contained intelligence equally important, which was that Don Silvio had again attempted the life of their father, and would have succeeded had not Father Tommaso, who happened to be there, thrown himself between them. That Don Silvio in his rage had actually stabbed the confessor, although the wound was not dangerous. That in consequence of this all further lenity was denied to him, and the authorities were in search of him to award him the punishment due to murder and sacrilege. That up to the present they could not find him, and it was supposed that he had made his escape to Malta in one of the speronares. Such were the contents of the letter, which were immediately communicated to the Governor and Captain Wilson upon their meeting at breakfast.
"Very well, we must see to this," observed the Governor,
who then made his inquiries as to the other intelligence contained in the letters. Jack and Gascoigne were uneasy till the breakfast was over, when they made their escape. A few moments afterwards Captain Wilson rose to go on board and sent for them, but they were not to be found.
"I understand it all, Wilson," said the Governor. "Leave them to me. Go on board and make yourself quite easy."
In the meantime our two midshipmen had taken their hats and walked away to the parapet of the battery, where they would not be interrupted. "Now, Gascoigne," observed Jack, "you guess what I'm about. I must shoot that rascal this very morning, and that's why I came out with you." "But, Easy, the only difference is this, that I must shoot him and not you. He is my property, for I found him out." "We'll argue that point," replied Jack. "He has attempted the life of my is-to-be, please God, father-in-law, and therefore I have the best claim to him." "I beg your pardon, Jack, he is mine, for I discovered him. Now let me put a case. Suppose one man walking several yards before another picks up a purse. What claim has the other to it? I found him, and not you." "That's all very well, Gascoigne, but suppose the purse you picked up to be mine, then I have a right to it, although you found it. He is my bird by right, and not yours. But I have another observation to make, which is very important. He is a blood relative of Agnes, and if his blood is on your hands, however much he may deserve it, depend upon it, it will be raised as an obstacle to your union. Think of that." Jack paused in thought. "And let me induce you by another remark. You will confer upon me a most particular favour." "It will be the greatest I ever could," replied Jack, "and you ought to be eternally indebted to me." "I trust to make him eternally indebted to me," replied Gascoigne. Sailors, if going into action, always begin to reckon what their share of the prize money may be before a shot is fired. Our two midshipmen appear in this instance to be doing the same. The point having been conceded to Gascoigne, Jack went into the inn where Don Silvio had mentioned that he had taken up his quarters, and sending up his card, followed the waiter upstairs. The waiter opened the door and presented the card. "Very well," replied Don Silvio, "you can go down and show him up." Jack, hearing these words, did not wait, but walked in, where he found Don Silvio very busy removing a hone, upon which he had been whetting a sharp double-edged stiletto. The Sicilian walked up to him, offering his hand with apparent cordiality, but Jack, with a look of defiance, said: "Don Silvio, we know you. My object now is to demand, on the part of my friend, the satisfaction which you do not deserve, but which our indignation at your second attempt upon Don Rebiera induces us to offer, for if you escape from him you will have to do with me. On the whole, Don Silvio, you may think yourself fortunate, for it is better to die by the hands of a gentleman than by the gibbet." Don Silvio turned deadly pale. His hand sought his stiletto in his bosom, but it was remaining on the table. At last he replied: "Be it so. I will meet you when and where you please, in an hour from this." Jack mentioned the place of meeting, and then walked out of the room. He and Gascoigne then hastened to the quarters of an officer they were intimate with, and having provided themselves with the necessary firearms, were at the spot before the time. They waited for him till the exact time, yet no Don Silvio made his appearance. "He's off," observed Gascoigne. "The villain has escaped us." Half an hour over the time had passed, and still there was no sign of Gascoigne's antagonist, but one of the Governor's aides-de-camp was seen walking up to them. "Here's Atkins," observed Jack. "That's unlucky, but he won't interfere." "Gentlemen," said Atkins, taking off his hat with much solemnity, "the Governor particularly wishes to speak to you both." "We can't come just now. We'll be there in half an hour." "You must be there in 3 minutes, both of you." "Excuse me, my orders are positive, and to see them duly executed I have a corporal and a file of men behind that wall. Of course, if you walk with me quietly, there will be no occasion to send for their assistance." "This is confounded tyranny," cried Jack. "Well may they call him King Tom." "Yes," replied Atkins, "and he governs here in re absoluto, so come along." Jack and Gascoigne, having no choice, walked up to the government house, where they found Sir Thomas in the verandah, which commanded a view of the harbour and offing. "Come here, young gentlemen," said the governor in a severe tone. "Do you see that vessel about 2 miles clear of the point? Don Silvio is in it, going back to Sicily under a guard. And now remember what I say as a maxim through life: fight with gentlemen if you must fight, but not with villains and murderers. By consenting to fight with a blackguard, you as much disparage your cloth and compromise your own characters as by refusing to give satisfaction to a gentleman. There, go away, for I am angry with you, and don't let me see you till dinner time." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 29, in which our hero sees a little more service and is better employed than in fighting Don Silvio. But before they met the governor at his table, a sloop of war arrived from the fleet with despatches from the commander-in-chief. Those to Captain Wilson required him to make all possible haste in fitting, and then to proceed and cruise off Corsica, to fall in with a Russian frigate which was on that coast. If not there, to obtain intelligence, and to follow her whenever she might be. All now was bustle and activity on board the Aurora. Captain Wilson, with our hero and Gascoigne, quitted the governor's house and repaired on board, where they remained day and night. On the third day the Aurora was complete and ready for sea, and about noon sailed out of Valette harbour. In a week the Aurora had gained the coast of Corsica, and there was no need of sending look-out men to the masthead, for one of the officers or midshipmen was there from daylight to dark. She ran up the coast to the northward without seeing the object of her pursuit, or gaining any intelligence. Calms and light airs detained them for a few days, when a northerly breeze enabled them to run down the eastern side of the island. It was the 18th day after they had quitted Malta that a large vessel was seen ahead about 18 miles off. The men were then at breakfast. "Our frigate, Captain Wilson, I'm sure of it," said Mr Hawkins, the chaplain, whose anxiety induced him to go to the masthead. "How is she steering?" "The same way as we are." The Aurora was under all possible sail, and when the hands were piped to dinner, it was thought that they had neared the chase about 2 miles. "This will be a long chase. A stern chase always is," observed Martin to Gascoigne. "Yes, I'm afraid so, but I'm more afraid of her escaping." "That's not unlikely either," replied the mate. "You are one of Job's comforters, Martin," replied Gascoigne. "Then I'm not so often disappointed," replied the mate. "There are 2 points to be ascertained. The first is, whether we shall come up with the vessel or lose her. The next is, if we do come up with her, whether she is the vessel we are looking for." "You seem very indifferent about it." "Indeed I am not. I am the oldest passed midshipman on the ship, and the taking of the frigate will, if I live, give me my promotion, and if I'm killed I shan't want it. But I've been so often disappointed that I now make sure of nothing until I have it. Well, for your sake, Martin, I will still hope that the vessel is the one we seek, that we shall not be killed, and that you will gain your promotion. I thank you, Easy. I wish I was one that dared hope as you do. Poor Martin! He had long felt how bitter it was to meet disappointment upon disappointment. How true it is that hope deferred maketh the heart sick. And his anticipations of early days, the buoyant calculations of youth, had been one by one crushed. And now, having served his time nearly 3 years over, the reaction had become too painful, and, as he truly said, he dared not hope. Still his temper was not soured, but chastened. "She has hauled her wind, sir," hailed the second lieutenant from the topmast crosstrees. "What do you think of that, Martin?" observed Jack. "Either that she is an English frigate, or that she is a vessel commanded by a very brave fellow and well mannered." It was sunset before the Aurora had arrived within 2 miles of the vessel. The private signal had been thrown out, but had not been answered, either because it was too dark to make out the colours of the flags, or that these were unknown to an enemy. The stranger had hoisted the English colours, but that was no satisfactory proof of her being a friend, and just before dark she had put her head towards the Aurora, who had now come stem down to her. The ship's company of the Aurora were all at their quarters, as a few minutes now would decide whether they had to deal with a friend or foe. There is no situation perhaps more difficult and demanding so much caution as the occasional meeting with a doubtful ship. On the one hand, it being necessary to be fully prepared and not allow the enemy the advantage which may be derived from your inaction, and on the other, the necessity of prudence, that you may not assault your friends and countrymen. Captain Wilson had hoisted the private night signal, but here again it was difficult, from his sails intervening, for the other ship to make it out. Before the 2 frigates were within 3 cables' length of each other, Captain Wilson determined that there should be no mistake from any want of precaution on his part, hauled up his courses, and brailed up his driver, that the night signal might be clearly seen. Lights were seen abaft on the quarter-deck of the other vessel, as if they were about to answer, but she continued to keep the Aurora to leeward at about half a cable's length, and as the foremost guns of each vessel were abreast of each other, hailed in English. "Ship ahoy! What ship's that?" "His Majesty's ship Aurora," replied Captain Wilson, who stood on the hammocks. "What ship's that?" By this time the other frigate had passed half her length clear of the beam of the Aurora, and at the same time that a pretended reply of "His Majesty's ship" was heard, a broadside from her guns, which had been trained aft on purpose, was poured into the Aurora, and at so short a distance doing considerable execution. The crew of the Aurora, hearing the hailing in English, and the vessel passing them apparently without firing, had imagined that she had been one of their own cruisers. The captains of the guns had dropped their lanyards in disappointment, and the silence which had been maintained as the 2 vessels met was just breaking up in various ways of lamentation at their bad luck, when the broadside was poured in, thundering in their ears, and the ripping and tearing of the beams and planks astonished their senses. Many were carried down below, but it was difficult to say whether indignation at the enemy's ruse, or satisfaction at discovering that they were not called to quarters in vain, most predominated. At all events it was answered by 3 voluntary cheers, which drowned the cries of those who were being assisted to the cockpit. "Man the larboard guns, and about ship!" cried Captain Wilson, leaping off the hammocks. "Look out, my lads, and rake her in stays. We'll pay him off for that foul play before we've done with him. Look out, my lads, and take good aim as she pays round." The Aurora was put about, and her broadside poured into the stern of the Russian frigate, for such she was. It was almost dark, but the enemy, who appeared as anxious as the Aurora to come to action, hauled up her courses to await her coming up. In 5 minutes the two vessels were alongside, exchanging murderous broadsides at little more than pistol shot, running slowly in for the land, then not much more than 5 miles distant. The skin-clad mountaineers of Corsica were aroused by the furious cannonading, watching the incessant flashes of the guns and listening to their reverberating roar. After half an hour's fierce combat, during which the fire of both vessels was kept up with undiminished vigour, Captain Wilson went down on the main deck, and himself separately pointed each gun after it was loaded, those amidships being direct for the main channels of the enemy's ship, while those abaft the beam were gradually trained more and more forward, and those before the beam more and more aft, so as to throw all their shot nearly into one focus, giving directions that they were all to be fired at once at the word of command. The enemy, not aware of the cause of the delay, imagined that the fire of the Aurora had slackened, and loudly cheered. At the word given, the broadside was poured in, and, dark as it was, the effects from it were evident. 2 of the midship ports of the antagonist were blown into one, and her mainmast was seen to totter and then to fall over the side. The Aurora then set her courses, which had been hauled up, and shooting ahead took up a raking position, while the Russian was still hampered with her wreck, and poured in grape and canister from her upper deck carronades to impede their labours on deck, while she continued her destructive fire upon the hull of the enemy from the main deck battery. The moon now burst out from a low bank of clouds, and enabled them to accomplish their work with more precision. In a quarter of an hour the Russian was totally dismasted, and Captain Wilson ordered half his remaining ship's company to repair the damages, which had been most severe, whilst the larboard men at quarters continued the fire from the main deck. The enemy continued to return the fire from 4 guns, 2 on each of her decks, which she could still make bear upon the Aurora, but after some time even these ceased, either from the men having deserted them or from their being dismounted. Observing that the fire from her antagonist had ceased, the Aurora also discontinued, and the jolly boat astern being still uninjured, the second lieutenant was deputed to pull alongside of the frigate to ascertain if she had struck. The beams of the bright moon silvered the rippling water as the boat shoved off, and Captain Wilson and his officers, who were still unhurt, leant over the shattered sides of the Aurora, waiting for a reply. Suddenly the silence of the night was broken upon by a loud splash from the bows of the Russian frigate, then about 3 cables' length distant. "What could that be?" cried Captain Wilson. "Her anchor's down. Mr Jones, lead over the side and see what water we have." Mr Jones had long been carried down below, severed in 2 with a round shot, but a man leapt into the chains, and lowering down the lead, sounded in 7 fathoms. "Then I suspect he will give us more trouble yet," observed Captain Wilson, and so indeed it proved, for the Russian captain, in reply to the second lieutenant, had told him in English that he would answer that question with his broadside, and before the boat was dropped astern he had warped round with the springs on his cable and had recommenced his fire upon the Aurora. Captain Wilson made sail upon his ship, and sailed round and round the anchored vessel, so as to give her 2 broadsides to her 1, and from the slowness with which she worked at her springs upon her cables, it was evident that she must now be very weak-handed. Still, the pertinacity and decided courage of the Russian captain convinced Captain Wilson that, in all probability, he would sink at his anchor before he would haul down his colours, and not only would he lose more of the Aurora's men, but also the Russian vessel, without he took a more decided step. Captain Wilson therefore resolved to try her by the board. Having poured in a raking fire, he stood off for a few moments, during which he called the officers and men on deck and stated his intention. He then went about, and himself conning the Aurora, ran her on board the Russian, pouring in his reserved broadside as the vessels came into collision, and heading his men as they leapt on the enemy's decks. Although, as Captain Wilson had imagined, the Russian frigate had not many men to oppose the Aurora's, the deck was obstinately defended. The voice and the arm of the Russian captain were to be heard and seen everywhere, and his men, encouraged by him, were cut down by numbers where they stood. Our hero, who had the good fortune to be still unhurt, was for a little while close to Captain Wilson when he boarded, and was about to oppose his unequal force against that of the Russian captain, when he was pulled back by the collar by Mr Hawkins, the chaplain, who rushed in advance with a sabre in his hand. The opponents were well matched, and it may be said that, with little interruption, a hand-to-hand conflict ensued, for the moon lighted up the scene of carnage, and they were well able to distinguish each other's faces. At last the chaplain's sword broke. He rushed in, drove the hilt into his antagonist's face, closed with him, and they both fell down the hatchway together. After this the deck was gained, or rather cleared, by the crew of the Aurora, for few could said to have resisted, and in a minute or two the frigate was in their possession. The chaplain and the Russian captain were hoisted up, still clinging to each other, both senseless from the fall, but neither of them dead, although bleeding from several wounds. As soon as the main deck had been cleared, Captain Wilson ordered the hatches to be put on, and left a party on board, while he hastened to attend to the condition of his own ship and ship's company. It was daylight before anything like order had been restored to the decks of the Aurora. The water was still smooth, and instead of letting go her own anchor, she had hung on with a hawser to the prize. But her sails had been furled, her decks cleared, guns secured, and the buckets were dashing away the blood from her planks and the carriages of the guns, when the sun rose and shone upon them. The numerous wounded had by this time been put into their hammocks, although there were still one or two cases of amputation to be performed. The carpenter had repaired all shot holes under or too near to the waterline, and then had proceeded to sound the well of the prize. But although her upper works had been dreadfully shattered, there was no reason to suppose that she had received any serious injury below, and therefore the hatches still remained on, although a few hands were put to the pumps to try if she made any water. It was not until the Aurora presented a more cheerful appearance that Captain Wilson went over to the other ship, whose deck, now that the light of heaven enabled them to witness all the horrors even to minuteness, presented a shocking spectacle of blood and carnage. Body after body was thrown over. The wounded were supplied with water and such assistance as could be rendered until the surgeons could attend them. The hatches were then taken off, and the remainder of her crew ordered on deck. About 200 obeyed the summons, but the lower deck was as crowded with killed and wounded as was the upper. For the present the prisoners were handed over down into the forehold of the Aurora, which had been prepared for their reception, and the work of separation of the dead from the living then underwent. After this, such repairs as were immediately necessary were made, and a portion of the Aurora's crew, under orders of the second lieutenant, were sent on board to take charge of her. It was not till the evening of the day after this night conflict that the Aurora was in a situation to make sail. All hands were then sent on board of the Trident, for such was the name of the Russian frigate, to fit her out as soon as possible. Before morning, for there was no relaxation from their fatigue, nor was there any wish for it, all was completed, and the two frigates, although in a shattered condition, were prepared to meet any common conflict with the elements. The Aurora made sail with the Trident in tow, the hammocks were allowed to be taken down, and the watch below permitted to repose. In this murderous conflict the Trident had more than 200 men killed and wounded. The Aurora's loss had not been so great, but still it was severe, having lost 65 men and officers. Among the fallen there were Mr. Jones, the master, the third lieutenant, Mr. Arkwright, and 2 midshipmen dead. Mr. Potiphar, the first lieutenant, was severely wounded at the commencement of the action. Martin, the master's mate, and Gascoigne, the first mortally and the second badly, were wounded. Our hero had also received a slight cutlass wound, which obliged him to wear his arm for a short time in a sling. Among the ship's company who were wounded was Mesty. He had been hurt with a splinter before the Trident was taken by the board, and had remained on deck and had followed our hero, watching over him and protecting him as a father. He had done even more, for he had with Jack thrown himself before Captain Wilson at a time that he had received such a blow with the flat of a sword as to stun him and bring him down on his knee. And Jack had taken good care that Captain Wilson should not be ignorant, as he really would have been, of this timely service on the part of Mesty, who certainly, although with a great deal of sang-froid in his composition when in repose, was a fiend incarnate when his blood was up. "But you must have been with Mesty," observed Captain Wilson, "when he did me the service." "I was with him, sir," replied Jack with great modesty, "but was of very little service." "How is your friend Gascoigne this evening?" "Oh, not very bad, sir. He wants a glass of grog." "And Mr. Martin?" Jack shook his head. "Why, the surgeon thinks he will do well." "Yes, sir, and so I told Martin, and he said it was very well to give him hope, but that he thought otherwise." "You must manage him, Mr. Easy. Tell him that he is sure of his promotion." "I have, sir, but he won't believe it. He never will believe it till he has his commission signed. I really think that an acting order would do more than the doctor can." "Well, Mr. Easy, he shall have one to-morrow morning. Have you seen Mr. Potiphar? He, I'm afraid, is very bad." "Very bad, sir, and they say is worse every day, and yet his wound is healthy and ought to be doing well." Such was the conversation between Jack and his captain as they sat at breakfast on the third morning after the action. The next day Easy took down an acting order for Martin and put it into his hands. The mate read it over as he lay bandaged in his hammock. "It's only an acting order, Jack," said he. "It may not be confirmed." Jack swore by all the articles of war that it would be, but Martin replied that he was sure it never would. "No, no," said the mate. "I knew very well that I never should be made. If it is not confirmed, I may live, but if it is, I am sure to die." Every one that went to Martin's hammock wished him joy of his promotion, but 6 days after the action poor Martin's remains were consigned to the deep. The next person who followed him was Mr. Potiphar, the first lieutenant, who had contrived, wounded as he was, to reach a packet of the universal medicine, and had taken so many bottles before he was found out, that he was one morning found dead in his bed, with more than 24 empty vials under his pillow and by the side of his mattress. He was not buried with his hands in his pockets, but when sewed up in his hammock, they were, at all events, laid in the right position. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis.
Chapter 30. Modern philosophy, which, as usual, is the cause of much trouble and vexation. In 3 weeks the Aurora, with her prize in tow, arrived at Malta. The wounded were sent to the hospital, and the gallant Russian captain recovered from his wounds about the same time as Mr. Hawkins the chaplain. Jack, who constantly called to see the chaplain, had a great deal to do to console him. He would shake his hands as he lay in his bed, exclaiming against himself, "Oh," would he say, "the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. That I, a man of God as they term me, who ought to have been down with the surgeons, whispering comfort to the desponding, should have gone on deck, but I could not help it, and have mixed in such a scene of slaughter. What will become of me?" Jack attempted to console him by pointing out that not only chaplains but bishops have been known to fight in armour from time immemorial. But Mr. Hawkins' recovery was long doubtful, from the agitation of his mind. When he was able to walk, Jack introduced him to the Russian captain, who was also just out of his bed. "I am most happy to embrace so gallant an officer," said the Russian, who recognised his antagonist, throwing his arms round the chaplain and giving him a kiss on both cheeks. "What is his rank?" continued he, addressing himself to Jack, who replied very quietly that he was the ship's padre. "The padre?" replied the captain with surprise, as Hawkins turned away with confusion. "The padre, par exemple. Well, I always had a great respect for the church. Pray, sir," said he, turning to Easy, "do your padres always head your boarders?" "Always, sir," replied Jack. "It's a rule of the service, and the duty of a padre to show the men the way to heaven. It's our 99th article of war." "You are a fighting nation," replied the Russian, bowing to Hawkins and continuing his walk, not exactly pleased that he had been floored by a parson. Mr. Hawkins continued very disconsolate for some time. He then invalided, and applied himself to his duties on shore, where he would not be exposed to such temptations from his former habits. As the Aurora, when she was last in Malta, had nearly exhausted the dockyard for her repairs, she was even longer fitting out this time, during which Captain Wilson's despatches had been received by the admiral, and had been acknowledged by a brig sent to Malta. The admiral, in reply, after complimenting him upon his gallantry and success, desired that, as soon as he was ready, he should proceed to Palermo with communications of importance to the authorities, and having remained there for an answer, was again to return to Malta to pick up such of his men as might be fit to leave the hospital, and then join the Toulon fleet. This intelligence was soon known to our hero, who was in ecstasies at the idea of again seeing Agnes and her brothers. Once more the Aurora sailed away from the high-crowned rocks of Vallette, and with a fine breeze dashed through the deep blue waves. But towards the evening the breeze increased, and they were under double-reefed topsails. On the second day they made the coast of Sicily, not far from where Easy and Gascoigne had been driven on shore. The weather was then more moderate, and the sea had to a great degree subsided. They therefore stood in close to the coast, as they had not a leading wind to Palermo. As they stood in, the glasses, as usual, were directed to land, observing the villas with which the hills and valleys were studded, with their white fronts embowered in orange groves. "What is that, Gascoigne?" said Easy. "Under that precipice. It looks like a vessel." Gascoigne turned his glass in the direction. Yes, it is a vessel on the rocks. By her prow she looks like a galley. It is a galley, sir. One of the row galleys. I can make out her bank of oars," observed the signalman. This was reported to Captain Wilson, who also examined her. "She is on the rocks, certainly," observed he, "and I think I see people on board. Keep her away a point, quartermaster." The Aurora was now steered right for the vessel, and in the course of an hour was not more than a mile from her. Their suppositions were correct. It was one of the Sicilian government galleys bilged on the rocks, and they now perceived that there were people on board of her, making signals with their shirts and pieces of linen. "They must be the galley slaves, for I perceive that they do not one of them change their positions. The galley must have been abandoned by their officers and seamen, and left the slaves to perish." "That's very hard," observed Jack to Gascoigne. "They were condemned to the galleys, but not to death." "They will not have much mercy from the waves," replied Gascoigne. "They will all be in kingdom come to-morrow morning, if the breeze comes more on the land. We have already come up 2 points this forenoon." Although Captain Wilson did not join in this conversation, which he overheard as he stood on the forecastle gun with his glass over the hammocks, it appears he was of the same opinion, but he demurred. He had to choose between allowing so many of his fellow creatures to perish miserably, or to let loose upon society a set of miscreants who would again enter a course of crime until they were recaptured, and by so doing probably displease the Sicilian authorities. After some little reflection, he resolved that he would take his chance of the latter. The Aurora was hove to in stays, and the 2 cutters ordered to be lowered down, and the boat's crew to be armed. "Mr Easy, do you take 1 cutter and the armourers, pull on board of the galley, release those people, and land them in small divisions. Mr Gascoigne, you will take the other to assist Mr Easy, and when he lands them in his boat, you will pull by his side ready to act in case of any hostile attempt on the part of the scoundrels, for we must not expect gratitude. Of course, land them at the nearest safe spot for debarkation." In pursuance of these orders, our 2 midshipmen pulled away to the vessel. They found her fixed hard upon the rocks, which had pierced her slight timbers, and, as they had supposed, the respectable part of her crew, with the commander, had taken to the boats, leaving the galley slaves to their fate. She pulled 50 oars, but had only 36 manned. These oars were 40 feet long, and ran in from the thole pin with a loom 6 feet long, each manned by 4 slaves, who were chained to their seat before it by a running chain made fast by a padlock in amidships. A plank of 2 feet wide ran fore and aft the vessel between the 2 banks of oars, for the boatswain to apply the lash to those who did not sufficiently exert themselves. "Viva los Ingelos!" cried the galley slaves, as Easy climbed up over the quarter of the vessel. "I say, Ned, did you ever see such a precious set of villains?" observed Easy, as he surveyed the faces of the men who were chained. "No," replied Gascoigne, "and I think if the captain had seen them as we have, that he would have left them where they were." "I don't know, but, however, our orders are positive. Armourer, knock off all the padlocks, beginning aft. When we have a cargo we will land them. How many are there?" 12 dozen. 12 dozen villains to let loose upon society. I have a great mind to go on board again, and report my opinion to the captain. 144 villains, who all deserve hanging, for drowning is too good for them. "Our orders are to liberate them, Jack." "Yes, but I should like to argue this point with Captain Wilson." "They'll send after them fast enough, Jack. and they'll all be in limbo again before long," replied Gascoigne. "Well, I suppose we must obey orders, but it goes against my conscience to save such villainous-looking rascals. Armourer, hammer away." The armourer, who with the seamen appeared very much of Jack's opinion, and had not commenced his work, now struck off the padlocks one by one with his sledge-hammer. As soon as they were released, the slaves were ordered into the cutter, and when it was sufficiently loaded, Jack shoved off, followed by Gascoigne as guard, and landed them at the point about a cable's length distant. It required 6 trips before they all were landed. The last cargo were on shore, and Easy was desiring the men to shove off, when one of the Galerians turned round and cried out to Jack in a mocking tone, "Adios, signor, arrivederla." Jack started, stared, and in the squalid, naked wretch who addressed him he recognised Don Silvio. "I will acquaint Don Rebiera of your arrival, signor," said the miscreant, springing up the rocks and mixing with the rest, who now commenced hooting and laughing at their preservers. "Ned," observed Easy to Gascoigne, "we have let that rascal loose." "More's the pity," replied Gascoigne, "but we've only obeyed orders." "It can't be helped, but I've a notion there will be some mischief out of this." "We obeyed orders," replied Gascoigne. "We've let the rascals loose not 10 miles from Don Rebiera's." "Obeyed orders, Jack." "With the whole gang to back him, if he goes there." "Orders, Jack." "Agnes at his mercy." "Captain's orders, Jack." "I shall argue this point when I go on board," replied Jack. "Too late, Jack." "Yes," replied Easy, sinking down on the stem sheets with a look of despair. "Give way, my lads, give way." Jack returned on board and reported what he had done, also that Don Silvio was among those liberated, and he ventured to mention his fears of what might take place from their contiguity to the house of Don Rebiera. Captain Wilson bit his lips. He felt that his philanthropy had induced him to act without his usual prudence. "I have done a rash thing, Mr Easy, I'm afraid. I should have taken them all on board and delivered them up to the authorities. I wish I had thought of that before. We must get to Palermo as fast as we can, and have the troops sent after these miscreants. Hands about ship, fill the main yard." The wind had veered round, and the Aurora was now able to lay up clear of the island of Maritimo. The next morning she anchored in Palermo roads, and gave immediate notice to the authorities, who, wishing Captain's philanthropy to the devil, immediately despatched a large body of troops in quest of the liberated malefactors. Captain Wilson, feeling for Jack's anxiety about his friends, called him over to him on deck, and gave him and Gascoigne permission to go on shore. "Will you allow me to take Mesty with me, sir, if you please?" replied Jack. "Yes, Mr Easy, but reflect that even with Mesty you are no match for 150 men, so be prudent. I send you to relieve your anxiety, not to run into danger." "Of course, sir," replied Jack, touching his hat and walking away quietly till he came to the hatchway, when he darted down like a shot, and was immediately occupied with his preparations. In half an hour our 2 midshipmen with Mesty had landed and proceeded to the inn where they had put up before. They were armed up to the teeth. Their first inquiries were for Don Philip and his brother. "Both on leave of absence," replied the landlord, "and staying with Don Rebiera." "That's some comfort," thought Jack. "Now we must get horses fast as we can. Mesty, can you ride?"
"By all the power I can ride, Master Easy. Suppose you ride the Kentucky horse, you ride anything."
In half an hour 4 horses and a guide were procured, and at 8 o'clock in the morning the party set off in the direction of Don Rebiera's country seat. They had not ridden more than 6 miles when they came up with one of the detachments sent out in pursuit of the liberated criminals. Our hero recognised the commanding officer as an old acquaintance, and imparting to him the release of Don Silvio and his fears upon Don Rebiera's account, begged him to direct his attention that way.
"Corpo de Bacco, you are right, Signor Mid," replied the officer, "but Don Philip is there, and his brother too, I believe. I will be there by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will march almost the whole night."
"They have no arms," observed Easy.
"No, but they will soon get them. They will go to some small town in a body, plunder it, and then seek the protection of the mountains. Your captain has given us a pretty job."
Jack exchanged a few more words, and then, excusing him on account of his haste, put the spurs to his horse and regained his own party, who now proceeded at a rapid pace.
"Oh, signor," said the guide, "we shall kill the horses."
"I pray for them," said Jack. "Yes, but we shall kill them before we get there, Jack," replied Gascoigne, "and have to walk the rest of the way." "Very true, Ned. Let's pull up and give them their wind."
"By the holy poker, Master Easy, but my shirts stick to my ribs,"
cried Mesty, whose black face was hung with dewdrops from their rapid course. "Never mind, Mesty." It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon when they arrived at the seat of Don Rebiera. Jack threw himself off his jaded steed and hastened into the house, followed by Gascoigne. They found the whole family collected in the large sitting room, quite ignorant of any danger threatening them, and equally astonished and pleased at the arrival of their old friends. Jack flew to Agnes, who screamed when she saw him, and felt so giddy afterwards that he was obliged to support her. Having seated her again, he was kindly greeted by the old people and the 2 young officers. After a few minutes dedicated to mutual inquiries, our hero stated the cause of their expeditious arrival.
"Don Silvio, with 150 Gallierians, let loose upon the coast yesterday afternoon," exclaimed Don Rebiera. "You are right. I only wonder they were not here last night. But I expect Pedro from the town. He has gone with a load of wine. He will bring us intelligence."
"At all events we must be prepared," said Don Philip. "The troops, you say, will be here tomorrow morning." "Holy Virgin!" exclaimed the ladies in a breath. "How many can we muster?" "We have 5 men here, or shall have by the evening," replied Don Philip. "All, I think, good men. My father, my brother, and myself. We are 3, 4 with the guide, whom I know nothing about. 12 in all, not one too many, but I think that now we are prepared if they attack, we can hold out till the morning." "Had we not better send the ladies away?" said Jack.
"Who is to escort them?" replied Don Philip. "We shall only weaken our force. Besides, they may fall into the miscreants' hands." "Shall we all leave the house together? They can plunder it," observed Don Rebiera.
"Still we may be intercepted by them, and our whole force will be nothing against so many," observed Don Philip.
"If we are without defence, whereas in the house we shall have an advantage." "Y vero," replied Don Rebiera thoughtfully. "Then let us prepare, for depend upon it, Don Silvio will not lose such an opportunity to wreak his vengeance. He will be here tonight. I only wonder he has not been here with his companions before. However, Pedro will arrive in 2 hours."
"We must now see what means we have of defence," said Philip. "Come, brother. Will you come, sir?" Chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 31. A regular set-to, in which the parties beaten are not knocked down, but rise higher and higher at each discomfiture. Nothing but the troops could have prevented them from going up to heaven. Don Rebiera and his two sons quitted the room. Gascoigne entered into conversation with the Signora, while Easy took this opportunity of addressing Agnes. He had been too much occupied with the consultation to pay her much attention before. He had spoken with his eyes fixed upon her, and had been surprised at the improvement which had taken place in less than a year. He now went to her and asked her in a low voice whether she had received his letter. "Oh, yes," replied she, colouring. "And were you angry with what I said, Agnes?" in a low tone. "No," replied she, casting her eyes down on the floor. "I repeat now what I said, Agnes. I have never forgotten you." "But what?" "Father Tommaso." "What of him?" "He never will." "Will what?" "You are a heretic, he says." "Tell him to mind his own business." "He has a great influence with my father and mother." "Your brothers are on our side." "I know that, but there will be a great difficulty. Our religion is not the same. He must talk to you. He will convert you." "We'll argue that point, Agnes. I will convert him if he has common sense. If not, it's no use arguing with him. Where is he?" "He will be home soon." "Tell me, Agnes, if you had your own will, would you marry me?" "I don't know. I have never seen anyone I liked so well." "Is that all?" "Is it not enough for a maiden to say?" replied Agnes, raising her eyes and looking rather reproachfully. "Signor, let me go. Here comes my father." Notwithstanding, Jack cast his eyes to the window where Gascoigne and the Signora were in converse, and perceiving that the old lady's back was turned, he pressed Agnes to his bosom before he released her. The gentlemen then returned with all the firearms and destructive weapons they could collect. "We have enough," observed Don Philip, "to arm all the people we have with us." "And we are well armed," replied Jack, who had left Agnes standing alone. "What now are your plans?" "Those we must consult about. It appears—" But at this moment the conversation was interrupted by the sudden entrance of Pedro, who had been despatched to the town with the load of wine. He rushed in, flurried and heated, with his red cap in his hand. "How now, Pedro, back so early?" "Oh, signor," exclaimed the man, "they have taken the cart and the wine, and have drawn it away up to the mountains." "Who?" inquired Don Rebiera. "The galley slaves who have been let loose, and by the body of our blessed saint, they have done pretty mischief. They have broken into the houses, robbed everything, murdered many, clothed themselves with the best, collected all the arms, provision, and wine they could lay their hands on, and have marched away into the mountains. This took place last night. As I was coming down within a mile of the town, they met me with my loaded cart, and they turned the bullocks round and drove them away with the rest. By the blessed Virgin, but they are stained with blood, but not altogether of men, for they have cut up some of the oxen. I heard this from one of the herdsmen, but he too fled and could not tell me more. But, signor, I heard them mention your name." "I have no doubt of it," replied Don Rebiera. "As for the wine,
I only hope they will drink too much of it tonight. But, Pedro, they will be here, and we must defend ourselves. So call the men together. I must speak to them." "We shall never see the bullocks again," observed Pedro mournfully. "But we shall never see one another again if we do not take care. I have information. They come here tonight." "Holy Saint Francis! And they say there are 1,000 of them." "Not quite so many to my knowledge," observed Jack. "They told me that a great many were killed in their attack upon the town before they mastered it." "So much the better. Go now, Pedro, drink a cup of wine, and then call the other men."
The house was barricaded as well as circumstances would permit. The first story was also made a fortress by loading the landing place with armoires and chests of drawers. The upper story, or attic, if it might be so called, was defended in the same way, that they might retreat from one to the other if the doors were forced. It was 8 o'clock in the evening before all was ready, and they were still occupied with the last defence under the superintendence of Mesty, who showed himself an able engineer, when they heard the sound of an approaching multitude. They looked out of one of the windows and perceived the house surrounded by the galley slaves, in number apparently about 100. They were all dressed in a most fantastic manner, in whatever they could pick up. Some had firearms, but most of them were supplied with only swords or knives. With them came also their cortege of plunder, carts of various descriptions, loaded with provisions of all sorts and wine, women lashed down with ropes, sails from the vessels and boats to supply them with covering in the mountains, hay and straw and mattresses. Their plunder appeared to be well chosen for their exigencies. To the carts were tied a variety of cattle, intended to accompany them to their retreat. They also appeared to be under a leader, who was issuing directions. That leader was soon recognised by those in the house to be Don Silvio.
"Massa Easy, you show me dat man," said Mesty when he heard the conversation between Easy and the Ribieras. "Only let me know him."
"Do you see him there, Mesty, walking down in front of those men? He has a musket in his hand, a jacket with silver buttons, and white trousers."
"Yes, Master Easy, me see him well. Let me look little more. That enough."
The galley slaves appeared to be very anxious to surround the house, that no one should escape, and Don Silvio was arranging the men. "Ned," said Jack, "let us show him that we are here. He said that he would acquaint Don Rebiera with our arrival. Let us prove to him that he is too late." "It would not be a bad idea," replied Gascoigne, "if it were possible that these fellows had any gratitude among them. Some of them might relent at the idea of attacking those who saved them." "Not a bit, but it will prove to them that there are more in the house than they think for, and we can frighten some of them by telling them that the soldiers are near at hand." Jack immediately threw up the casement and called in a loud voice, "Don Silvio, galley slave, Don Silvio." The party hailed turned round, and beheld Jack, Gascoigne, and Mesty standing at the window of the upper floor. "We have saved you the trouble of announcing us," called out Gascoigne. "We are here to receive you." "And in 3 hours the troops will be here, so you must be quick, Don Silvio," continued Jack. "Arrive de là," continued Gascoigne, letting fly his pistol at Don Silvio. The window was then immediately closed. The appearance of our hero and their communication of the speedy arrival of the troops was not without effect. The criminals trembled at the idea. Don Silvio was mad with rage. He pointed out to the men the necessity of immediate attack, the improbability of the troops arriving so soon, and the wealth which he expected was locked up by Don Rebiera in his mansion. This rallied them, and they advanced to the doors, which they attempted to force without success, losing several men by the occasional fire from those within the house. Finding their efforts, after half an hour's repeated attempts, to be useless, they retreated, and then bringing up a long piece of timber, which required 60 men to carry it, they ran with it against the door, and the weight and impetus of the timber drove it off its hinges, and an entrance was obtained. By this time it was dark. The lower story had been abandoned, but the barricade at the head of the stairs opposed their progress. Convenient loopholes had been prepared by the defenders, who now opened a smart fire upon the assailants, the latter having no means of returning it effectually, had they ammunition for their muskets, which fortunately they had not been able to procure. The combat now became fierce, and the galley slaves were several times repulsed with great losses during a contest of 2 hours. But, encouraged by Don Silvio, and refreshed by repeated draughts of wine, they continued by degrees removing the barriers opposed to them.
"We shall have to retreat," exclaimed Don Rebiera. "Very soon they will have torn down all. What do you think, Signor Easy?"
"Hold this as long as we can. How are we off for ammunition?"
"Plenty as yet. Plenty to last for 6 hours, I think."
"What do you say, Mesty?"
"By holy St. Patrick, I say hold out there. They got no firearms, and we have 'em at arm length."
This decision was the occasion of the first defence being held for 2 hours more, an occasional relief being afforded by the retreat of the convicts to the covered carts. At last it was evident that the barricade was no longer tenable, for the heavy pieces of furniture they had heaped up to oppose entrance were completely hammered to fragments by poles brought up by the assailants and used as battering rams. The retreat was sounded. They all hastened up to another story, where the ladies were already placed, and the galley slaves were soon in possession of the first floor, exasperated by the defence, mad with wine and victory, but finding nothing. Again was the attack made upon the second landing, but as the stairs were now narrower, and their defences stronger in proportion, they for a long while gained no advantage. On the contrary, many of their men were wounded and taken down below. The darkness of the night prevented both parties from seeing distinctly, which was rather in favour of the assailants. Many climbed over the fortress of piled up furniture, and were killed as soon as they appeared on the other side, and at last the only ammunition used was against those who made this rash attempt. For 4 long hours did this assault and defence continue, until daylight came, and then the plan of assault was altered. They again brought up the poles, hammered the pieces of furniture into fragments, and gained ground. The defenders were worn out with fatigue, but flinched not. They knew that their lives and the lives of those dearest to them were at stake, and they never relaxed their exertions. Still the criminals, with Silvio at their head, progressed. The distance between the parties gradually decreased, and there was but one massive chest of drawers now defending the landing place, and over which there was now a constant succession of blows from long poles and cutlasses, returned with the bullets from their pistols. "We must now fight for our lives," exclaimed Gascoigne to Easy. "For what else can we do?" "Do? Get on the roof and fight there, then," replied Jack. "By the by, that's well thought of, Jack," said Gascoigne. "Mesty, up and see if there's any place we can retreat to in case of need." Mesty hastened to obey, and soon returned with a report that there was a trap door leading into the loft under the roof, and that they could draw the ladder up after them. "Then we may laugh at them," cried Jack. "Mesty, stay here while I and Gascoigne assist the ladies up," explaining to the Ribieras and to their domestics why they went. Easy and Gascoigne hastened to the Signora and Agnes, conducted them up the ladder into the loft, and requested them to have no fear. They then returned to the defences on the stairs and joined their companions. They found them hard pressed, and that there was little chance of holding out much longer. But the stairs were narrow, and the assailants could not bring their force against them. But now, as the defences were nearly destroyed, although the convicts could not reach them with their knives, they brought up a large supply of heavy stones, which they threw with great force and execution. 2 of Don Rebiera's men and Don Martin were struck down, and this new weapon proved most fatal. "We must retreat, Jack," said Gascoigne. "The stones can do no harm where we are going. What do you think, Dom Philip?" "I agree with you. Let those who are wounded be first carried up, and then we will follow." This was effected, and as soon as the wounded men were carried up the ladder, and the arms taken up to prevent their falling into the hands of the assailants, for they were now of little use to them, the ammunition being exhausted, the whole body went into the large room which contained the trap door of the loft, and as soon as they were up, they drew the ladder after them. They had hardly effected this when they were followed with the yells and shouting of the galley slaves, who passed the last barriers and thought themselves sure of their prey. But they were disappointed. They found them more secure than ever. Nothing could exceed the rage of Don Silvio at the protracted resistance of the party and the security of their retreat. To get at them was impossible, so he determined to set fire to the room and suffocate them, if he could do no otherwise. He gave his directions to his men, who rushed down for straw, but in so doing he carelessly passed under the trap door, and Mesty, who had carried up with him 2 or 3 of the stones, dashed one down on the head of Don Silvio, who fell immediately. He was carried away, but his orders were put in execution. The room was filled with straw and fodder, and lighted. The effects were soon felt. The trap door had been shut, but the heat and smoke burst through. After a time the planks and rafters took fire, and their situation was terrible. A small trap window in the roof on the side of the house was knocked open, and gave them a temporary relief. But now the rafters burned and crackled, and the smoke burst on them in thick columns. They could not see, and with difficulty could breathe. Fortunately the room below that which had been fired was but 1 out of 4 on the attics, and as the loft they were in spread over the whole of the roof, they were able to remove far from it. The house was slated with massive slate of some hundredweights each, and it was not found possible to remove them so as to give air, though frequent attempts were made. Donna Rebiera sank exhausted in the arms of her husband, and Agnes fell into those of our hero, who, enveloped in the smoke, kissed her again and again; and she, poor girl, thinking that they must all inevitably perish, made no scruple in what she supposed her last moment on returning these proofs of her ardent attachment.
"Massa Easy, help me here. Master Gascoigne, come here. Now heave with all your might. When we get one off, we get plenty."
Summoned by Mesty, Jack and Gascoigne put their shoulders to one of the lower slates. It yielded and was disengaged, and slid down with a loud rattling below. The ladies were brought to it, and their heads put outside. They soon recovered, and now that they had removed one, they found no difficulty in removing others. In a few minutes they were all with their heads in the open air, but still the house was on fire below, and they had no chance of escape. It was while they were debating upon that point, and consulting as to their chance of safety, that a breeze of wind wafted the smoke that issued from the roof away from them, and they beheld the detachment of troops making up to the house. A loud cheer was given, and attracted the notice of the soldiers. They perceived Easy and his companions, the house surrounded, and entered in an instant. The galley slaves who were in the house, searching for the treasure reported by Don Silvio to be concealed, were captured or killed, and in 5 minutes the troops had possession. But how to assist those above was the difficulty. The room below was in flames and burning fiercely. There were no ladders that could reach so high, and there were no means of getting to them. The commandant made signs from below, as if to ask what he was to do.
"I see no chance," observed Don Philip mournfully. "Easy, my dear fellow, you and Gascoigne, I am sorry that the feuds of our family should have brought you to such a dreadful death, but what can be done?"
"I don't know," replied Jack, "unless we could get ropes."
"You quite sure, Massa Easy, that all galley rascals below gone?" asked Mesty.
"Yes," replied Easy. "You may see that. Look at some of them bound there under charge of the soldiers."
"Then, sir, I think it high time we go too."
So do I, Mesty, but how?"
"How? Stop a little. Come help me, Massa Easy. This board," for the loft was floored, "is loose. Come help, all of yer."
They all went, and with united strength pulled up the board.
"Now strike like hell and drive down the plaster," said Mesty, commencing the operation.
In a few minutes they had beaten an opening into one of the rooms below not on fire, and pulled up another board, and Mesty having fetched the ladder, they all descended in safety, and to the astonishment of the commandant of the troops, walked out of the door of the house, those who had been stunned with the stones having so far recovered as to require little assistance. The soldiers shouted as they saw them appear, supporting the females. The commanding officer, who was an intimate friend of Don Philip, flew to his arms. The prisoners were carefully examined by Mesty, and Don Silvio was not among them. He might, however, be among the dead who were left in the house, which now began to burn furiously. The galley slaves who were captured amounted in number to 47. Their dead they could not count. The major part of the plunder and the carts were still where they had been drawn up. As soon as the culprits had been secured, the attention of the troops was directed at putting out the flames, but their attempts were ineffectual. The mansion was burned to the bare walls, and but little of the furniture saved. Indeed, the major part of it had been destroyed in the attack made by Don Silvio and his adherents. Leaving directions with Pedro and his people that the property collected by the miscreants should be restored to the owners, Don Rebiera ordered the horses, and with the whole party put himself under the protection of the troops, who, as soon as they had been refreshed and had taken some repose, bent their way back to Palermo with the galley slaves, bound and linked together in a long double row. They halted when they had gone halfway, and remained for the night. The next day at noon, Don Rebiera and his family were once more in their palazzo, and our two midshipmen and Mesty took their leave, and repaired on board to make themselves a little less like chimney sweepers. Captain Wilson was not out of the ship. Jack made his report, and then went down below, very much pleased at what had passed, especially as he would have another long yarn for the Governor on his return to Malta. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 32. in which our hero and Gascoigne ought to be ashamed of themselves, and did feel what might be called a midshipmite compunction. The Aurora continued 3 weeks at Palermo, during which the most active search had been made for the remainder of the galley slaves, and some few had been captured, but still Don Silvio and a considerable number were at large, and it was said that they had retired to the fastnesses in the mountains. Our hero was constantly on shore at Don Rebiera's house, and after what had passed he was now looked upon as soon to become a member of the family. The difference of religion was overlooked by Don Rebiera and the relations, by all but the confessor, Father Tommaso, who now began to agitate and fulminate into the ears of the Donna Rebiera all the pains and penalties attending heretical connection, such as excommunication and utter damnation. The effects of his remonstrances were soon visible, and Jack found that there was constraint on the part of the old lady, tears on the part of Agnes, and all father confessors heartily wished at the devil 10 times a day on the part of Don Philip and his brother. At last he wormed the truth out of Agnes, who told her tale and wept bitterly. "Ned, I don't much like the appearance of things," observed Jack. "I must get rid of that Father Tommaso." "You'll find that rather difficult," observed Gascoigne. "Besides, if you were rid of him, you would have his place filled up with another. He has frightened that poor old woman into the Dismals, and she has the pains of purgatory on her already. I shall go and talk to Mesty." "How can Mesty help you?" "I don't know, but you can't, so, for want of better advice, I'll try the Ashantee." Our hero went to Mesty and laid the difficult affair open to him. "I see," said Mesty, showing his filed teeth. "You want him skull." "No, I don't, Mesty, but I want him out of the way." "How that possible, Master Easy? Ship sail day after tomorrow. Now, pose I have time, I soon manage all that. Stop a little." "Confound it, but there's no stopping," replied Jack.
"Suppose, Master Easy, you get leave go on shore, not come off again."
"That will be deserting, Mesty."
"By holy poker, I have it. You go on shore and break your leg."
"Break my leg? Break my leave, you mean?"
"No, Master Easy, you break your leg. Then captain leave you on shore, and leave me to take care of you."
"But why should I break my leg, and how am I to break my leg?"
"Only pretend break leg, Master Easy. Go talk Master Don Philip. He manage all dat. Suppose man break his leg in 7 pieces, it is not possible to take him on board."
7 pieces, Mesty? That's rather too many. However, I'll think of this." Jack then went back and consulted Gascoigne, who approved of Mesty's advice, and thought the scheme feasible. "If we could only pretend that we were thrown out of a caracola, you break your leg, a compound fracture of course, I break my arm, both left on shore at sick quarters, with Mesty to take care of us." "Capital indeed," replied Jack. "I really would not mind if it really took place. At all events, we'll overturn the caracola." "But shall we get leave the last day?" "Yes, it's 2 days since I have been on shore, for I have not liked to go to Don Rebiera's since what Agnes told me. Besides, my clothes are all on shore. That will be an excuse for a few hours." Our 2 midshipmen applied for leave the next morning to be off in the afternoon. The first lieutenant gave them permission. They hastened to the hotel, sent for Don Philip, and made him a party to their plan. He readily promised his assistance, for he had resolved that our hero should marry his sister, and was fearful of the effect of his absence, coupled with Friar Thomaso's influence over his mother. He went to the surgeon of his regiment, who immediately entered into the scheme. Our two midshipmen got into a caracola, rattled up and down the streets, and perceiving Captain Wilson at his window, flogged the horse into a gallop. When abreast of the barracks, Jack ran the wheel against the bank, and threw himself and Gascoigne out. Midshipmen are never hurt by these accidents, but fortunately for the success of the enterprise their faces were cut and bruised. Don Philip was standing by. He called the men to pick up our two scamps, carried them into the barracks, and sent for the surgeons, who undressed them, put Jack's left leg into a multitude of splints, and did the same to Gascoigne's arm. They were then put to bed, their contused faces with blood left in statu quo, while Don Philip sent an orderly, as from the commandant, to Captain Wilson, to acquaint him that two of his officers had been thrown out of a caracola, and were lying dangerously hurt at the barracks. "Good heavens! It must be Mr Easy and Mr Gascoigne," said Captain Wilson, when the intelligence was communicated. "I saw them galloping down the street like two madmen just now. Coxswain, take the gig on board, and tell the surgeon to come on shore immediately, and bring him up to me at the barracks." Captain Wilson then put on his hat, buckled on his sword, and hastened to ascertain the extent of the injury. Don Philip kept out of the way, but the captain was ushered into the room by one of the officers, where he found in two beds our two midshipmen stretched out, the surgeon of the forces and the regimental surgeon in consultation between them, while attendants were standing by each bed with restoratives. The medical gentleman saluted Captain Wilson, and looked very grave, talked about fractures, contusions, injuries, in the most interminable manner, hoped that Mr Easy would recover, but had doubts. The other gentleman might do well with care, that is, so far as his arm was concerned, but there appeared to be a concussion of the brain. Captain Wilson looked at the cut and blood-smeared faces of the two young men, and waited with anxiety the arrival of his own surgeon, who came at last, puffing with the haste he had made, and received the report of the brothers of the faculty. The leg of Mr Easy, fractured in two places, had been set, bone protruding, impossible to move him. Gascoigne, arm, compound fracture, contusion of the brain not certain. Now, that all this would have been discovered to be false if the surgeon had been able to examine is true, but how could he not credit the surgeon of the forces and the regimental surgeon, and how could he put the young men to fresh tortures by removing splints and upsetting limbs? Politeness, if nothing else, prevented his doing so, for it would have been as much as to say that either he did not credit their report, or that he doubted their skill. He looked at our hero and his companion, who kept their eyes closed, and breathed heavily with their mouths open, put on a grave face, as well as his brothers in the art, and reported to Captain Wilson. "But when can they be moved, Mr Daly?" inquired the latter. "I cannot wait. We must sail to-morrow, or the next day at the farthest." The surgeon, as in duty bound, put the question to the others, who replied that there would be great risk in moving before the fever, which might be expected the next day, and which might last 10 days, but that Captain Wilson had better not think of removing them, as they should have every care and attention where they were, and could rejoin the ship at Malta. Mr Daly, the surgeon, agreed that this would be the most prudent step, and Captain Wilson then gave his consent. That being settled, he walked up to the bed of Gascoigne and spoke to him, but Gascoigne knew that he was to have a contusion of the brain, and he made no reply, nor gave any signs of knowing that Captain Wilson was near him. He then went to our hero, who, at the sound of Captain Wilson's voice, slowly opened his eyes without moving his head, and appeared to recognise him. "Are you in much pain, Easy?" said the captain kindly. Easy closed his eyes again and murmured, "Mesty, Mesty." "He wants his servant, the ship's corporal, sir," said the surgeon. "Well," replied Captain Wilson, "he had better have him. He is a faithful fellow, and will nurse him well. When you go on board, Mr Daly, desire the first lieutenant to send Mesty on shore with Mr Gascoigne's and Mr Easy's chests and his own bag and hammock. Good heavens, I would not for £1,000 that this accident had occurred. Poor foolish boys, they run in couples, and if one's in a scrape the other is sure to share it. Gentlemen, I return you many thanks for your kindnesses, and I must accept of your promised care for my unfortunate officers. I sail to-morrow at daylight. You will oblige me by informing their friends, the Ribieras, of their mischance, as I am sure they will contribute all they can to their comfort." So saying, Captain Wilson bowed and quitted the room, followed by the surgeon. As soon as the door was closed, the two midshipmen turned their heads round and looked at each other, but they were afraid to speak at first, in case of the return of the surgeon. As soon as it was announced to them that Captain Wilson and Mr Daly were outside the barrack gate, our hero commenced: "Do you know, Ned, that my conscience smites me, and if it had not been that I should have betrayed those who wished to oblige us, when poor Captain Wilson appeared so much hurt and annoyed at our accident, I was very near getting up and telling him of the imposition, to relieve his mind. I agree with you, Jack. I felt very much the same, but what's done cannot be undone. We must now keep up the imposition for the sake of those who, to help us, have deceived him. I don't think that you would find an English surgeon who would have consented to such an imposition." "No, that is certain; but after all it is an imposition that has hurt nobody." "Oh, I do not wish to moralise, but I repent of my share in the deceit, and had it to be done over again I would not consent to it." "Not even for—" "But I won't mention her name in barracks." I don't know," replied Jack, "but let's say no more about it, and thank these gentlemen for their kindness." "Yes, but we must keep it up until we see the Aurora under sail." "And longer too," replied Jack. "We must not let the affair get wind even on shore. We must not recover quickly, but still appear to recover. Don Rebiera and his wife must be deceived. I have a plot in my head, but I cannot work it out clear till I see Mesty." Don Philip now came in. He had seen Captain Wilson, who had requested him to look after the two invalids, and stated his intention to sail the next morning. They consulted with him, and it was agreed that no one should be acquainted with the real fact but his brother Martin, and that all Palermo should be as much deceived as Captain Wilson, for if not it would put Father Thomaso on the qui vive, and make him fulminate more than ever. Our midshipmen ate an excellent dinner, and then remained in bed conversing till it was time to go to sleep. But long before that Mesty had made his appearance with their clothes. The eyes of the Ashantee said all that was necessary. He never spoke a word, but unlashed his hammock and lay down in a corner, and they were soon all three asleep. The next morning Captain Wilson called to ascertain how our hero and his companions were, but the room had been darkened, and he could not see their faces plainly. Easy thanked him for his kindness in allowing Mesty to attend them, and having received his orders as to joining their ship as soon as they recovered, and having promised to be very cautious in their behaviour and keep out of all scrapes, he wished them a speedy recovery and departed. In little more than half an hour afterwards, Mesty, who'd been peeping out of the shutters, suddenly threw them open with a loud laugh. The Aurora was under way, with studding sails below and aloft standing out of the roads. Jack and Gascoigne got up, threw off the splints, and danced about in their shirts. As soon as they were quiet again, Mesty said in a grave tone, "Den why you stay at sea, Master Easy?" "Very true, Mesty. I've asked myself that question often enough lately. Because I'm a fool, I suppose." "And I, because I can't help it," replied Gascoigne. "Never mind, we are on shore now, and I look for a famous cruise." "But first we must see what the ground is we are to cruise on," replied Jack. "So, Mesty, let us have a palaver, as they say in your country." The two midshipmen got into their beds, and Mesty sat on the chest between them, looking as grave as a judge. The question was, how to get rid of the Padre Tomaso. Was he to be thrown over the mole-head to the fishes, or his skull broke? Was Mesty's knife to be resorted to? Was he to be kidnapped or poisoned? Or were fair means to be employed? Persuasion, bribery. Everyone knows how difficult it is to get rid of a priest. As our hero and Gascoigne were not Italians, they thought that bribery would be the more English-like way of doing the thing, so they composed a letter, to be delivered by Mesty to the friar, in which Jack offered Father Tomaso the moderate sum of $1,000, provided he would allow the marriage to proceed, and not frighten the old lady with ecclesiastical squibs and crackers. As Mesty was often on shore with Jack, and knew the friar very well by sight, it was agreed that the letter should be confided to his charge. But as it was not consistent that a person in such a state as our hero was represented to be should sit up and write letters, the delivery was deferred for a few days, when, after waiting that time, Mesty delivered the letter to the friar, and made signs that he was to take back the answer. The friar beckoned him that he was to accompany him to his room, where he read the letter, and then again made signs to him to follow him. The friar led the way to his monastery, and as soon as Mesty was in his cell, he summoned another who could speak English to act as interpreter. "Is your master recovering?" "Yes," replied Mesty, "he is at present doing well." "Have you served him long?" "No," replied Mesty. "Are you very fond of him? Does he treat you well, give you plenty of money?" At these questions the artful black conceived that there was something in the wind, and he therefore very quietly replied, "I do not care much for him." The friar fixed his keen eye upon Mesty, and perceived that there was a savage look about the black, from which he augured that he was a man who would suit his purpose. "Your master offers me $1,000. Would you wish to gain this money for yourself?" Mesty grinned, and showed his sharp-filed teeth. "It would make me a rich man in my own country." "It would," replied the friar. "Now you shall have it, if you will only give your master a small powder." "I understand," replied Mesty. "Have those things in my country." "Well, do you consent? If so, I will write the letter to get the money." "Suppose they find me out?" replied Mesty. "You will be safe, and you shall be sent away as soon as possible. Say, will you consent?" "The whole $1,000?" "Every one of them." "Then give me the powder." "Stay a little," replied the friar, who went out of the cell, and in about 10 minutes returned with an answer to our hero's letter, and a paper
containing a greyish powder. "Give him this in his soup or anything. Spread it on his meat, or mix it up with his sugar if he eats an orange." "I see," replied Mesty. "The dollars shall be yours. I swear it on the Holy Cross." Mesty grinned horribly, took his credentials, and then asked, "When I come again?" "As soon as you have received the money, bring it to me at Don Ribiera's. Then give the powder. As soon as it is given you must let me know, for you must not remain in Palermo. I will myself conduct you to a place of safety." Mesty then quitted the cell and was shown out of the monastery.
"By the holy poker, he's one damned rascal,"
muttered Mesty, as he was once in the open air.
"But stop a little."
The Ashantee soon arrived at the barracks, and repeated the whole of the conference between him and Friar Thomaso. "It must be poison, of course," observed Gascoigne. "Suppose we try it upon some animal."
"No, Massa Easy," replied Mesty. "I try it myself by and by. Now what we do?"
"I must give you the order for the $1,000, Mesty," replied Jack. "The rascal here writes to me that for that sum he will consent not only not to oppose me, but agrees to assist my cause. But the great question is, whether he will keep his word with you, Mesty. If not, I shall lose my money. So, therefore, we must now have another palaver and argue the point." The point was argued between Jack and Gascoigne. $1,000 was a large sum, but Jack's father was a philosopher. After many pros and cons, it was decided that the money should be given to Mesty, but Mesty should state, when he took the money to the friar, that he had administered the powder, and claim it when he presented it. The next day the order for the money was given to Mesty, and he went to Friar Thomaso with it. The friar hastened with Mesty to the monastery, and sent for the interpreter.
"You have given it?" inquired the friar. "Yes, not 1 hour ago. Here the order for the money." "You must run for the money before he is dead, for the powder is very rapid." "And me,"
replied Mesty, apparently much alarmed.
"Where am I to go?"
"As soon as you bring the money here, you must go back to the barracks, remain there till he is dead, and then return here. I will have all ready, and take you, as soon as it is dusk, to a monastery of our orders in the mountains, where no one will think of looking for you till the affair is blown over, and then I will find you a passage in some vessel out of the island." Mesty hastened for the money, and taking it in a large bag to the monastery, delivered it to the friar's charge, and then returned to the barracks to Easy and Gascoigne. It was agreed that he should go with the friar, who would probably remain away some time. Indeed, Mesty insisted upon so doing. Mesty stayed 2 hours, and then returned about dusk to the monastery, and reported the death of our hero. He remained there until it was dark, and then the friar ordered him to tie up the bag of dollars to his saddle bow. They mounted 2 mules, which stood already caparisoned, and quitted Palermo. In the morning Don Philip, as usual, made his appearance, and told our hero that the friar had been summoned away by the abbot, and would not return for some time. "I came to tell you this news," said Don Philip, "as I thought it would please you. The sooner you are now well, the better. I mean to propose your being both removed to my father's palazzo, and then you can recover your lost ground during the confessor's absence." "And I have the means," replied Jack, showing the friar's letter. Don Philip read it with astonishment, but was still more surprised when he heard the whole story from Jack. He was for a time silent. At last he said, I am sorry for your poor black." "Why so?" replied Jack. "You will never see him again, depend upon it. $1,000 would sign the death warrant of 1,000 blacks. And there is another reason. They will put him out of the way, that he may not give evidence. Where is the powder?" "Mesty has it. He would not part with it." "He is a shrewd fellow, that black. He may be too much for the friar," replied Don Philip. "He means mischief, I'm sure," replied Gascoigne. "Still, I feel a great deal of alarm about him," replied Easy. "I wish now that I had not let him go." "Are you sure that he went?" "No, I am not, but the friar told him that he should take him to the mountains as soon as it was dark." "And probably he will," replied Don Philip, "as the best place to get rid of him. However, the whole of this story must be told both to my father and my mother, to the former that he may take the right measures, and to my mother that it may open her eyes. Give me the copy of the letter you wrote to the friar, and then I shall have it all." The report of the accident which had occurred to Easy and Gascoigne had been spread and fully believed throughout Palermo. Indeed, as usual, it had been magnified and asserted they could not recover. To Agnes only had the cause been imparted in confidence by Don Philip, for her distress at the first intelligence had been so great that her brother could not conceal it. 2 days after Don Philip had made his parents acquainted with the villainy of the friar, the midshipmen were transported to the palazzo, much to the surprise of everybody, and much to the renown of the surgeons, who were indemnified for their duplicity and falsehood by an amazing extension of their credit as skilful men. After their arrival at the palazzo, Don Rebiera was also entrusted with the secret, but it went no further. And now there was no particular hurry for our hero to get well. He was contented and happy in the society of Agnes and her parents. The old lady, after she had been informed of the conduct of Friar Thomaso, having turned round in our hero's favour, and made a vow never to have a confessor in the house again. Jack and Gascoigne were now as happy as could be. All their alarm was about Mesty, for whose return they were most anxious. To Don Rebiera Jack made known formally his intentions with regard to Agnes. He fully satisfied him as to his qualifications and his property, and Don Rebiera was fully aware of his debt of gratitude to our hero, but all he required was the consent of Jack's father, and until this was obtained he would not consent to the marriage taking place. Jack attempted to argue the point. His father, he said, had married without consulting him, and therefore he had a right to marry without consulting his father. But Don Rebiera, not having any acquaintance with the rights of man and equality, did not feel the full force of Jack's argument, and made it a sine qua non that his parents should write and consent to the alliance before it took place. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 33, in which Mesty should be called throughout Mephistopheles, for it abounds in black cloaks, disguises, daggers, and dark deeds. On the 4th evening after the removal of our 2 midshipmen to the palazzo of Don Rebiera, as they were sitting in company with Agnes and Don Philip in their own room, a friar made his appearance at the door. They all started, for by his height they imagined him to be Friar Thomaso, but no one addressed him. The friar shut the door without saying a word, and then lifting up his cowl, which had been drawn over it, discovered the black face of Mesty. Agnes screamed, and all sprang from their seats at this unusual and unexpected apparition. Mesty grinned, and there was that in his countenance which said that he had much to communicate. "Where is the friar, Mesty?" inquired Easy.
"Stop a little, master. Suppose we lock the door first, and then I tell all."
Taking this precaution, Mesty threw off the friar's gown and appeared in his own dress, with the bag of dollars slung round his body.
"No, Master Easy, I have a long story to tell, so I think it better begin at the beginning."
"It is the most approved method," replied Jack, "but stop when I hold up my finger, that we may translate what you say to the lady and Don Philip."
"That all right, sir. Friar and I get on 2 mule as soon as it quite dark. He make me carry all $1,000 and we ride out of town. We go up mountain and mountain, but the moon get up shine, and we go on cheek by jowl. He never say one word, and I never say one word, 'cause I no speak his lingo, and he no understand my English. About 2 o'clock in the morning, we stop at a house and stay there till 8 o'clock, and then we go on again all next day, up all mountain. Only stop once, eat a bit of bread, and drink little wine. Second night come on, and then we stop again, and people bow very low to him, and woman bring in rabbit to make supper. I go in the kitchen. Woman make stew smell very nice, so I nod my head and say very good, and she make a face and throw on a table black loaf of bread and garlic, and make sign that for my supper, good enough for a black fellow, and that rabbit stew for friar. Then I say to myself, stop a little, suppose friar have all the rabbit. I think I give him a little powder."
"The powder, Mesty?" exclaimed Jack. "What does he say?" inquired Don Philip. Gascoigne translated all that Mesty had communicated. The interest of the narrative now became exciting. Mesty continued:
"Well, Master Easy, then woman she go for dish to put stew in, and I take the powder and drop it in the pot, and then I sit down again and eat black bread, and she say good enough for black man. She tear up the stew once more, and then she pour it out into the dish and take it to friar. He lick 'em chops, by all the powers, and he like 'em so well he pick up all the bones and wipe up gravy with him bread. You think it very nice, Master Friar, think I, but stop a little. After he drink a whole bottle of wine, he tell me bring mules to the door, and he put him hands on the woman's head, and that the way he pay for him supper. The moon shone bright, and we go up all mountain, always go up, and 'bout 2 hour he got off him mule, and he put him hands so and set down on the rock. He twist and he turn and he groan for half an hour, and then he look at me as much as to say, 'You black villain, you do this,' for he not able to speak, and then I pull out the paper of the powder and show him and make him sign he swallow it. He look again, and I laugh at him, and he die."
"Oh, Mesty, Mesty!" exclaimed our hero, "you should not have done that. There will be mischief come from it."
"No, he dead, Master Easy, so much less mischief."
Gascoigne then interpreted to Don Philip and Agnes, the former of whom looked very grave, and the latter terrified. "Let him go on," said Don Philip. "I am most anxious to hear what he did with the body." Mesty, at the request of our hero, proceeded:
"Then I thought what I should do, and I said I would hide him, and I think I take his coat for myself, so I pull off him coat, and I pull off him other clothes, he not wear many, and I take the body in my arm and I carry him where I find a great split in the rock above the road. I throw him in, and then I throw plenty large pieces of rock on him till I see him no more. Then I take the 2 mules and get on mine with the dollars, and lead the other 3-4 mile till I came to a large wood, take off him saddle and bridle, turn him adrift. Then I tear up all clothes, all little bits, hide one piece here, another piece there, and a saddle and bridle in the bush. All right now, I say, so I put on Fry a cloak, hide my face, get on my mule, and then I look, where shall I go? So I say, I not be in this road anyhow. I pass through wood till I find another. I go about 2 mile. Moon go down all dark, and 5-6 men catch hold my bridle, and they all got arms, so I do nothing. They speak to me, but I no answer and never show my face. They all find dollars damn fast enough, and they lead me away through the wood. Last we come to a large fire in the wood. Plenty of men lie about, some eat and some drink. They pull me off, and I hold down my head and fold my arms, just like Friar do. They bring me along to one man, and pour out all my dollar before him. He gives some order, and they take me away, and I peek through the cloak, and I say to myself, he that damn galley slave rascal, Don Silvio. "Don Silvio?" cried Jack. "What does he say of Don Silvio?" demanded Don Philip. Mesty's narrative was again translated, and he continued. "They led me away about 50 yards, tie me to tree, and then they leave me, and they all drink and make merry, never offer me anything, so I have nothing to eat. I eat the ropes and gnaw them through, and then I stayed there 2 hours until all go asleep and all quiet, for I say to myself, stop a little. Then when they all fast asleep, I take out my knife and I crawl along the ground as we do in our country sometime, and then I stop and look about me. No man to watch but 2, and they look out for squall, not look inboard where I was. I crawl again till I lay down alongside that damn galley slave Don Silvio. He lie fast asleep with my bag $1,000 under him head, so I think, you have not them long, you rascal. I look round and I drive my knife good aim into him heart, and press t'other hand on him mouth, but he make no noise. He struggle little and look up, and then I throw off the head of the gown and show him my black face, and he look and he try to speak, but I stop that, for down go my knife again, and the damn galley slave dead as herring." "Stop, Mesty, we must tell this to Don Philip," said Gascoigne. "Dead? Don Silvio dead? Well, Mesty, we are eternally obliged to you, for there was no safety for my father while he was living. Let him go on." "So when I put the knife through his body, I lie down by him as if nothing had happened for 10 minutes, and then I take the bag of dollars from under him head, and then I feel him all over, and I find him pistols and him purse, which I have here, all gold. So I take them and I look, all asleep, and I crawl back to the tree. Then I stay to think a little. The man on watch come up and look at me, but he think all right and he go away again. Lucky thing, by the power, did I go back to tree. I wait again, and then I crawl and crawl till I clear of all, and then I take to my heel and run from life until daylight come, and then I so tired I lie down in bush. I stay in bush all day, and then I set off again back here, for I find road and know my way. I not eat then for 1 day and 1 night, and came to house where I put my head in, and find the woman there. I not able to speak, so I help myself and not show my face. She not like that and make a boobery, but I lift up my cloak and show my black face and white teeth, and she'd think me the devil. She run out of the house, and I helped myself very quick, and then set off and come close here yesterday morning. I hid myself all day and come in at night. And now, Master Easy, you hab the whole truth, and you hab your $1,000, and you hab got rid of that rascal friar and the damn galley slave Don Silvio."
"Tell them all this, Ned," said Jack, who, whilst Gascoigne was so employed, talked with Mesty. "I was very much frightened for you, Mesty," said Jack, "but still I thought you quite as cunning as the friar, and so it has turned out. But the $1,000 ought to be yours."
"No, sir," replied Mesty, "the dollar's not mine, but I have plenty of gold in Don Silvio's purse, plenty of gold. I keep my property, Master Easy, and you keep yours."
"I'm afraid that this affair may be found out, Mesty. The woman will spread the report of having been attacked by a black friar, and that will lead to suspicion, as the other friars of the convent knew that you left with Friar Thomaso."
"So I think that, but when a man starve, he quite forget his thought."
"I don't blame you, but now I must talk to Don Philip."
"Suppose you no objection, while you talk, I eat something from the table then, Master Easy, for I hungry enough to eat the friar, mule, and all."
"Eat, my good fellow, and drink as much as you please." The consultation between our two midshipmen and Don Philip was not long. They perceived the immediate necessity for the departure of Mesty, and the suspicion which would attach to themselves. Don Philip and Agnes left them to go to Don Rebiera and make him acquainted with what had passed, and to ask his advice. When they went into the room, Don Rebiera immediately accosted his son.
"Have you heard, Philip, that Friar Thomaso has returned at last? So the servants tell me."
"The report may be fortunate," replied Don Philip, "but I have another story to tell you." Then he sat down and imparted to Don Rebiera all the adventures of Mesty. Don Rebiera was for some time in deep thought. At last he replied:
"That Don Silvio is no more is fortunate, and the negro would be entitled to reward for his destruction; but for the friar, that is a bad business. The negro might remain and tell the whole story, and the facts might be proved by evidence of Signor Easy and the letters, but what then? We should raise the whole host of the clergy against our house, and we have suffered too much from them already. The best plan would be the immediate departure not only of the negro but of our two young friends. The supposition of Friar Thomaso being here, and their departure with the negro servant to rejoin their ship, will remove much suspicion and destroy all inquiry. They must be off immediately. Go to them, Philip, and point out to them the absolute necessity of this measure, and tell our young friend that I rigidly adhere to my promise, and as soon as he has his father's sanction I will bestow upon him my daughter. In the meantime I will send down to see if a vessel can be chartered for Malta." Our hero and Gascoigne fully admitted the wisdom of this measure, and prepared for their departure. Indeed, now that Don Rebiera's resolution had been made known to our hero, he cared more for obtaining his father's consent than he did for remaining to enjoy himself at Palermo, and before noon of the next day all was ready. The vessel had been procured. Jack took his leave of Agnes and her mother, and, accompanied by Don Rebiera and Don Philip, for Don Martin was on duty a few miles from Palermo, went down to the beach, and having bid them farewell, embarked with Gascoigne and Mesty on board of the two-masted latteen which had been engaged, and before sunset not a steeple of Palermo was to be seen. "What are you thinking of, Jack?" said Gascoigne, after our hero had been silent half an hour. "I have been thinking, Ned, that we are well out of it." "So do I," replied Gascoigne, and here the conversation dropped for a time. "What are you thinking now, Jack?" said Gascoigne, after a long pause.
I've been thinking that I've a good story for the old governor." "Very true," replied Gascoigne, and both were again silent for some time. "What are you thinking of now, Jack?" said Gascoigne, after another long interval. "I've been thinking that I shall leave the service," replied Jack. "I wish you would take me with you," replied Gascoigne with a sigh, and again they were both in deep contemplation. "What are you thinking of now, Jack?" said Gascoigne again. "Of Agnes," replied our hero. "Well, if that's the case, I'll call you when supper's ready. In the meantime I'll go and talk with Mesty." Chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Mr Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mr Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 34. Jack leaves the service, in which he had no business, and goes home to mind his own business. On the fourth day they arrived at Malta, and our two midshipmen, as soon as they had settled with the padrone of the vessel, went up to the government house. They found the governor in the verandah, who held out both his hands, one to each.
"Glad to see you, my lads. Well, Jack, how's the leg? All right? Don't limp? And your arm, Gascoigne?"
"All right, sir, and sound as ever it was," replied they both.
"Then you're in luck, and have made more haste than you deserve after your mad pranks. But now sit down, and I suppose, my friend Jack, you have a story to tell me."
"Oh yes, Sir Thomas, and a very long one."
"Then I won't have it now, for I expect people on business. We'll have it after dinner. Get your things up and take possession of your rooms. The Aurora sailed 4 days ago. You've had a wonderful recovery."
"Wonderful, sir," replied our hero. "All Palermo rings with it."
"Well, you may go now. I shall see you at dinner. Wilson will be delighted when he hears that you've got round again, for he was low spirited about it, I can tell you, which is more than you deserve."
"He's right there," said our hero to Gascoigne as they walked away. When dinner was over, Jack narrated to the governor the adventures of Mesty, with which he was much interested, and when they were quite alone in the evening, the governor called our two midshipmen into the verandah and said:
"Now, my lads, I'm not going to preach, as the saying is, but I've been long enough in the world to know that a compound fracture of the leg is not cured in 14 or 16 days. I ask you to tell me the truth. Did not you deceive Captain Wilson on this point?"
"I'm ashamed to say that we did, sir," replied Easy.
"How did you manage that, and why?"
Jack then went into further details relative to himself and his amour, stating his wish to be left behind, and all that had passed.
"Well, there's some excuse for you, but none for the surgeons. If any surgeon here had played such a trick, I would have hung him as sure as I'm governor. This affair of yours has become very serious. Mr Easy, we must have some conversation on the matter tomorrow morning."
The next morning the packet from England was reported off the harbour's mouth. After breakfast the letters were brought on shore, and the governor sent for our hero.
"Mr Easy, there are 2 letters for you, I am sorry to say, with black seals. I trust they do not bring the intelligence of the death of any very near relative."
Jack bowed without speaking, took the letters, and went to his room. The first he opened was from his father. "My dear John, you will be much grieved to hear that your poor mother, after sitting in the corner for nearly 2 years waiting for the millennium, appeared to pine away. Whether from disappointment or not I do not know, but at last, in spite of all Dr Middleton could do, she departed this life. As the millennium would not come to her as she expected, it is to be hoped she is gone to the millennium. She was a good wife, and I always let her have her own way. Dr Middleton does not appear to be satisfied as to the cause of her death, and has wished to examine, but I said no, for I am a philosopher, and it is no use looking for causes after effects. But I have done since her death what she never would permit me to do during her life. I have had her head shaved, and examined it very carefully as a phrenologist, and most curiously has she proved the truth of the sublime science. I will give you the result. Determination very prominent, benevolence small, caution extreme, veneration not very great. Philoprogenitiveness, strange to say, is very large, considering she had but one child. Imagination very strong. You know, my dear boy, she was always imagining some nonsense or another. Her other organs were all moderate. Poor dear creature, she is gone, and we may well wail, for a better mother or better wife never existed. And now, my dear boy, I must request that you call for your discharge, and come home as soon as possible. I cannot exist without you, and I require your assistance in the grand work I have in contemplation. The time is at hand. The cause of equality will soon triumph. The abject slaves now hold up their heads. I have electrified them with my speeches, but I am getting old and feeble. I require my son to leave my mantle to, as one prophet did to another, and then I will, like him, ascend in glory. Your affectionate father, Nicodemus Easy. From this it would appear, thought Jack, that my mother is dead, and that my father is mad. For some time our hero remained in a melancholy mood. He dropped many tears to the memory of his mother, whom, if he had never respected, he had much loved, and it was not till half an hour had elapsed that he thought of opening the other letter. It was from Dr Middleton. My dear boy, although not a correspondent of yours, I take the right of having watched you through all your childhood, and from a knowledge of your disposition, to write you a few lines. That you have by this time discarded your father's foolish nonsensical philosophy I am very sure. It was I who advised your going away for that purpose, and I am sure that, as a young man of sense, and the heir to a large property, you will before this have seen the fallacy of your father's doctrines. Your father tells me that he has requested you to come home, and allow me to add any weight that I may have with you in persuading you to do the same. It is fortunate for you that the estate is entailed, or you might soon be a beggar, for there is no saying what debts he might in his madness be guilty of. He has already been dismissed from the magistracy by the Lord Lieutenant, in consequence of his haranguing the discontented peasantry, and I may say exciting them to acts of violence and insubordination. He has been seen dancing and hurrahing round a stack fired by an incendiary. He has turned away his keepers, and allowed all poachers to go over the manor. In short, he is not in his senses, and although I am far from advising coercive measures, I do consider it is absolutely necessary that you should immediately return home to look after what will one day be your property. You have no occasion to follow the profession with £8,000 per annum. You have distinguished yourself. Now make room for those who require it for their subsistence. God bless you. I shall soon hope to shake hands with you. Yours most truly, G. Middleton. There was matter for deep reflection in these two letters, and Jack never felt before how much his father had been in the wrong. That he had gradually been weaned from his ideas was true, but still he had to a certain degree clung to them, as we do to habit. But now he felt that his eyes were opened. The silly, almost unfeeling letter of his father upon the occasion of his mother's death opened his eyes. For a long while Jack was in a melancholy meditation, and then, casting his eyes upon his watch, he perceived that it was almost dinner time. That he could eat his dinner was certain, and he scorned to pretend to feel what he did not. He therefore dressed himself and went down, grave, it is true, but not in tears. He spoke little at dinner, and retired as soon as it was over, presenting his 2 letters to the Governor, and asking his advice for the next morning. Gascoigne followed him, and to him he confided his trouble, and Ned, finding that Jack was very low-spirited, consoled him to the best of his power, and brought a bottle of wine which he procured from the butler. Before they returned to bed, Jack had given his ideas to his friend, which were approved of, and wishing him a good night, he threw himself into bed and was soon fast asleep.
"One thing is certain, my good fellow," observed the Governor to our hero, as he gave him back his letters at the breakfast table the next morning, "that your father is mad as a March hare. I agree with that doctor, who appears a sensible man, that you had better go home immediately."
"And leave the service altogether, sir?" replied Jack.
"Why, I must say that I do not think you exactly fitted for it. I shall be sorry to lose you, as you have a wonderful talent for adventure, and I shall have no more yarns to hear when you return. But if I understand right from Captain Wilson, you were brought into the profession because he thought that the service might be of use in eradicating false notions, rather than from any intention or necessity of your following it up as a profession."
"I suspect that was the case, sir," replied Jack, "as, for my own part, I hardly know why I entered it."
"To find a mare's nest, my lad. I've heard all about it, but never mind that. The question is now about your leaving it, to look after your own property, and I think I may venture to say that I can arrange all that matter at once, without referring to admiral or captain. I will be responsible for you, and you may go home in the packet which sails on Wednesday for England."
"Thank you, Sir Thomas, I am much obliged to you," replied Jack.
"You, Mr Gascoigne, I shall of course send out by the first opportunity to rejoin your ship."
"Thank you, Sir Thomas, I am much obliged to you," replied Gascoigne, making a bow.
"You'll break no more arms, if you please, sir," continued the Governor. "A man in love may have some excuse in breaking his leg, but you have none."
"I beg your pardon, sir. If Mr Easy was warranted in breaking his leg out of love, I submit that I could do no less than break my arm out of friendship."
"Hold your tongue, sir, or I'll break your head from the very opposite feeling,"
replied the Governor good humouredly.
"But observe, young man, I shall keep this affair secret, as in honour bound, but let me advise you, as you have only your profession to look to follow it up steadily. It is high time that you and Mr Easy were separated. He is independent of the service, and you are not. A young man possessing such ample means will never be fitted for the duties of a junior officer. He can do no good for himself, and is certain to do much harm to others. A continuance of his friendship would probably end in your ruin, Mr Gascoigne. You must be aware that if the greatest indulgence had not been shown to Mr Easy by his captain and first lieutenant, he never could have remained in the service so long as he has done."
As the Governor made the last remark in a rather severe tone, our 2 midshipmen were silent for a minute. At last Jack observed very quietly, "And yet, sir, I think, considering all, I have behaved pretty well."
"You have behaved very well, my good lad, on all occasions in which your courage and conduct as an officer have been called forth. I admit it. And had you been at sea with a mind properly regulated, and without such an unlimited command of money, I have no doubt but that you would have proved an ornament to the service. Even now I think you would, if you were to remain in the service under proper guidance and necessary restrictions, for you have at least learned to obey, which is absolutely necessary before you are fit to command. But recollect what your conduct would have brought upon you if you had not been under the parental care of Captain Wilson. But let us say no more about that. A midshipman with the prospect of £8,000 a year is an anomaly which the service cannot admit, especially when that midshipman is resolved to take to himself a wife."
"I hope that you approve of that step, sir."
"That entirely depends upon the merits of the party, which I know nothing of, except that she has a pretty face, and is of one of the best Sicilian families. I think the difference of religion a ground of objection."
"We will argue that point, sir," replied Jack.
"Perhaps it will be the cause of more argument than you think for, Mr Easy, for every man makes his own bed, and as he makes it, so must he lie down in it."
"What am I to do about Mesty, sir? I cannot bear the idea of parting with him."
"I'm afraid that you must. I cannot well interfere there."
"He is of little use to the service, sir. He has been sent to sick quarters as my servant. If he may be permitted to go home with me, I will procure his discharge as soon as I arrive, and send him on board of the guardship till I obtain it."
"I think that, on the whole, he is as well out of the service as in it, and therefore I will, on consideration, take upon myself the responsibility, provided you do as you say."
The conversation was here ended, as the Governor had business to attend to, and Jack and Gascoigne went to their rooms to make their arrangements. "The Governor is right," observed Gascoigne. "It is better that we part, Jack. You have half unfitted me for the service already. I have a disgust of the midshipman's berth. The very smell of pitch and tar has become odious to me. This is all wrong. I must forget you and all our present cruises on shore, and once more swelter in my greasy jacket. When I think that, if our pretended accidents were discovered, I should be dismissed from the service, and the misery which that would cause to my poor father, I tremble at my escape. The Governor is right, Jack. We must part. But I hope you will never forget me." "My hand upon it, Ned. Command my interest, if ever I have any. My money, what I have, and the house, whether it belongs to me or my father, as far as you are concerned at least, I adhere to my notions of perfect equality. I abjure them, I trust, Jack, as a universal principle. I admit, as the Governor asserts, that my father is as mad as a March hare." "That is sufficient. You don't know how glad it makes me to hear you say that." The two friends were inseparable during the short time that they remained together. They talked over their future prospects, their hopes and anticipations, and when the conversation flagged, Gascoigne brought up the name of Agnes. Mesty's delight at leaving the service and going home with his patron was indescribable. He laid out a portion of his gold in a suit of plain clothes, white linen shirts, and in every respect the wardrobe of a man of fashion. In fact, he was now a complete gentleman's gentleman, and was very particular in frizzing his woolly hair, wore a white neckcloth, gloves, and cane. Everyone felt inclined to laugh when he made his appearance, but there was something in Mesty's look which, at all events, prevented their doing so before his face. The day for sailing arrived, Jack took leave of the Governor, thanking him for his great kindness, and stating his intention of taking Malta in his way out to Palermo in a month or two. Gascoigne went on board with him, and did not go down the vessel's side till it was more than a mile clear of the harbour. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 35. Mr. Easy's wonderful invention fully explained by himself, much to the satisfaction of our hero, and, it is to be presumed, to that also of the reader. At last the packet anchored in Falmouth Roads. Jack, accompanied by Mesty, was soon on shore with his luggage, threw himself into the mail, arrived in London, and, waiting there 2 or 3 days to obtain what he considered necessary from a fashionable tailor, ordered a chaise to Forest Hill. He had not written to his father to announce his arrival, and it was late in the morning when the chaise drew up at his father's door. Jack stepped out and rang the bell. The servants who opened the door did not know him. They were not the same as those he left. "Where is Mr Easy?" demanded Jack.
"Who are you?"
replied one of the men in a gruff tone.
"By the powers, you'll very soon find out who he is," observed Mesty. "Stay here and I'll see if he's at home."
"Stay here? Stay in the hall like a footman? What do you mean, you rascal?" cried Jack, attempting to push by the man.
"Oh, that won't do here, master. This is Equity Hall. One man's as good as another."
"Not always," replied Jack, knocking him down. "Take that for your insolence. Pack up your traps and walk out of the house to-morrow morning." Mesty in the meantime had seized the other by the throat.
"What do I do with this fellow, Master Easy?"
"Leave him now, Mesty. We'll settle their account to-morrow morning. I presume I shall find my father in the library."
"His father?" said one of the men to the other. "He's not exactly a chip off the old block."
"We shall have a change, I expect," replied the other as they walked away. "Mesty," cried Jack in an authoritative tone, "bring those 2 rascals back to take the luggage out of the chaise, pay the postilion, and tell the housekeeper to show you to my room and yours. Come to me for orders as soon as you have done this."
"Yes, sir,"
replied Mesty.
"Now come here, you damned blackguard, and take things out of the chaise, or by the holy poker I choke your luff, both of you."
The filed teeth, the savage look and determination of Mesty had the due effect. The men sullenly returned and unloaded the chaise. In the meantime Jack walked into his father's study. His father was there. The study was lighted up with argand lamps, and Jack looked with astonishment. Mr Easy was busy with a plaster cast of a human head, which he pored over so that he did not perceive the entrance of his son. The cast of the skull was divided into many compartments, with writing on each. But what most astonished our hero was the alteration in the apartment. The bookcases and books had all been removed, and in the centre, suspended from the ceiling, was an apparatus which would have puzzled any one, composed of rods in every direction, with screws at the end of them, and also tubes in equal number, one of which communicated with a large air pump which stood on a table. Jack took a short survey, and then walked up to his father and accosted him.
"What!" exclaimed Mr Easy, "is it possible? Yes, it's my son John. I'm glad to see you, John, very glad indeed," continued the old gentleman.
shaking him by both hands.
"Very glad that you have come home. I wanted your assistance in my great and glorious project, which, I thank heaven, is now advancing rapidly. Very soon shall equity and the rights of man be proclaimed everywhere. The pressure from without is enormous, and the bulwarks of our ridiculous and tyrannical constitution must give way. King, lords, and aristocrats, landlords, tithe collectors, church and state, thank God, will soon be overthrown, and the golden age revived, the millennium, the true millennium, not what your poor mother talked about. I am at the head of 29 societies, and if my health lasts, you will see what I will accomplish now that I have your assistance, Jack."
And Mr Easy's eyes sparkled and flashed in all the brilliance of incipient insanity. Jack sighed, and to turn the conversation he observed, "You have made a great change in this room, sir. What may all this be for? Is it a machine to improve equality and the rights of man?"
"My dear son,"
replied Mr Easy, sitting down and crossing his legs complacently, with his two hands under his right thigh, according to his usual custom when much pleased with himself.
"Why, my dear son, that is not exactly the case, and yet you have shown some degree of perception even in your guess, for if my invention succeeds, and I have no doubt of it, I shall have discovered the great art of rectifying the mistakes of nature, and giving an equality of organisation to the whole species, of introducing all the finer organs of humanity, and of destroying the baser. It is a splendid invention, Jack, very splendid. They may talk of Kohl and Spurzheim and all those, but what have they done? Nothing but divided the brain into section, classed the organs, and discovered where they reside. But what good result has been gained from that? The murderer by nature remained a murderer, the benevolent man a benevolent man. He could not alter his organisation. I have found out how to change all that."
"Surely, sir, you would not interfere with the organ of benevolence?"
"But indeed I must, Jack. I myself am suffering from my organ of benevolence being too large. I must reduce it, and then I shall be capable of greater things, shall not be so terrified by difficulties, shall overlook trifles, and only carry on great schemes for universal equality and the supreme rights of man. I have put myself into that machine every morning for 2 hours for these last 3 months, and I feel now I am daily losing a great portion."
"Will you do me the favour to explain an invention so extraordinary, sir?" said our hero.
"Most willingly, my boy. You observe that in the centre there is a frame to confine the human head, somewhat larger than the head itself, and that the head rests upon the iron collar beneath. When the head is thus firmly fixed, suppose I want to reduce the size of any particular organ. I take the boss corresponding to where that organ is situated in the cranium, and fix it on it. For you will observe that all the bosses inside of the top of the frame correspond to the organs as described in this plaster cast on the table. I then screw down pretty tight and increase the pressure daily until the organ disappears altogether, or is reduced to the size required."
"I comprehend that part perfectly, sir," replied Jack; "but now explain to me by what method you contrive to raise an organ which does not previously exist."
"That," replied Mr Easy, "is the greatest perfection of the whole invention, for without I could do that I could have done little. I feel convinced that this invention of mine will immortalise me. Observe all these little bell glasses which communicate with the air pump. I shave my patient's head, grease it a little, and fix on the bell glass, which is exactly shaped to fit the organ in length and breadth. I work the air pump and raise the organ by an exhausted receiver. It cannot fail. There is my butler now, a man who escaped hanging last spring assizes on an undoubted charge of murder. I selected him on purpose. I have flattened down murder to nothing, and I have raised benevolence till it is like a wen." "I'm afraid my poor father's head is an exhausted receiver," thought Jack, who then replied, "Well, sir, if it succeeds it will be a good invention." "If it succeeds, why, it has succeeded. It cannot fail. It has cost me near £2000. By the by, Jack, you have drawn very liberally lately, and I had some trouble with my own expenses to meet your bills. Not that I complain, but what with societies and my machine, and tenants refusing to pay their rents on the principle that the farms are no more mine than theirs, which I admit to be true, I have had some difficulty in meeting all demands."
The Governor was right, thought Jack, who now inquired after Dr Middleton.
"Ah, poor silly man, he's alive yet, I believe, doing well. He is one who will interfere with the business of others, complains of my servants, very silly man indeed, but I let him have his own way, so I did your poor mother. Silly woman, Mrs Easy, but never mind that."
"If you please, sir, I have also a complaint to make of the servants for their insolence to me. But we will adjourn, if you please, as I wish to have some refreshment."
"Certainly, Jack, if you are hungry, I will go with you. Complain of my servants, say you? There must be some mistake. They are all shaved and wear wigs, and I put them in the machine every other morning. But I mean to make an alteration in one respect. You observe, Jack, it requires more dignity. We must raise the whole machinery some feet, ascend it with state as a throne, for it is the throne of reason, the victory of mind over nature."
As you please, sir, but I am really hungry just now." Jack and his father went into the drawing room and rang the bell. Not being answered, Jack rose and rang again.
"My dear sir," observed Mr Easy, "you must not be in a hurry. Every man naturally provides for his own wants first, and afterwards for those of others. Now, my servants—"
"Are a set of insolent scoundrels, sir, and insolence I never permit. I knocked one down as I entered your house, and, with permission, I will discharge two at least to morrow."
"My dear son," exclaimed Mr Easy, "you knocked my servants down? Are you not aware, by the laws of equality—"
"I am aware of this, my dear father," replied Jack, "that by all the laws of society we have a right to expect civility and obedience from those we pay and feed."
"Pay and feed? Why, my dear son, my dear Jack, you must recollect." "I recollect, sir, very well; but if your servants do not come to their recollection in a very short time, either I or they must quit the house." "But, my dear boy, have you forgotten the principles I instilled into you? Did you not go to sea to obtain that equality foiled by tyranny and despotism here on shore? Do you not acknowledge and support my philosophy?" "We'll argue that point to morrow, sir. At present I want to obtain my supper." And Jack rang the bell furiously. The butler made his appearance at this last summons, and he was followed by Mesty, who looked like a demon with anger. "Mercy on me, whom have we here?" "My servant, father," exclaimed Jack, starting up; "one that I can trust to, and who will obey me. Mesty, I wish some supper and wine to be brought immediately. See that scoundrel gets it ready in a moment. If he does not, throw him out the door and lock him out. You understand me?"
"Yes, master,"
grinned Mesty.
"Now you hab supper very quick, or Mesty know the reason why. Follow me, sir,"
cried Mesty in an imperative tone to the butler.
"Quick, sir, or by the holy poker I show you what Mesty can do."
And Mesty grinned in his wrath.
"Bring supper and wine immediately,"
said Mr Easy, giving an order such as the butler had never heard since he had been in the house. The butler quitted the room, followed by the Ashantee.
"My dear boy, my Jack, I can make every allowance for hunger. It is often the cause of theft and crime in the present unnatural state of society, but really you are too violent. The principles—"
"Your principles are all confounded nonsense, father," cried Jack in a rage.
"What, Jack, my son, what do I hear? This from you? Nonsense! Why, Jack, what has Captain Wilson been doing with you?"
"Bringing me to my senses, sir."
"Oh dear, my dear Jack, you will certainly make me lose mine."
Gone already, thought Jack.
"That you, my child, so carefully brought up in the great and glorious school of philosophy, should behave this way, should be so violent, forget your sublime philosophy and all, just like Esau selling your birthright for a mess of pottage. Oh, Jack, you'll kill me, and yet I love you, Jack. Whom else have I to love in this world? Never mind, we'll argue the point, my boy. I'll convince you. In a week all will be right again."
"It shall, sir, if I can manage it," replied Jack.
"That's right. I love to hear you say so. That's consoling, very consoling. But I think now I was wrong to let you go to sea, Jack."
"Indeed you were not, father."
"Well, I'm glad to hear you say so. I thought they had ruined you, destroyed all your philosophy, but it will be all right again. You shall come to our societies, Jack. I am president. You shall hear me speak, Jack. You shall hear me thunder like Demosthenes. But here comes the tray."
The butler, followed by Mesty, who attended him as if he was his prisoner, now made his appearance with the tray, laid it down in a sulky manner, and retired. Jack desired Mesty to remain. "Well, Mesty, how are they getting on in the servants' hall?"
"Regular mutiny, sir. I've swear that they no stand their nonsense, and that we both leave the house to morrow."
"Do you hear, sir?
Your servants declare that I shall leave your house tomorrow."
"You leave my house, Jack, after 4 years' absence? No, no, I'll reason with them. I'll make a speech. You don't know how I can speak, Jack."
Look you, father, I cannot stand this. Either give me carte blanche to arrange this household as I please, or I shall quit it myself tomorrow morning."
"Quit my house, Jack? No, no. Shake hands and make friends with them. Be civil, and they will serve you. But you know, upon the principles—"
"Principles of the devil!" cried Jack in a rage.
"Of the devil, Jack? Dear me, I wish you had never gone to sea."
"In one word, sir, do you consent, or am I to leave the house?"
"Leave the house? Oh, no, not leave the house, Jack. I have no son but you. Then do as you please, but you must not send away my murderer, for I must have him cured and shown as a proof of my wonderful invention."
"Mesty, get my pistols ready for tomorrow morning, and your own too, do you hear?"
"All ready, master," replied Mesty. "I think that right."
"Right."
"Pistols, Jack? What do you mean?"
"It is possible, father, that you may not have yet quite cured your murderer, and therefore it is as well to be prepared. I will now wish you good night, but before I go you will be pleased to summon one of the servants, that he may inform the others that the household is under my control for the future." The bell was again rung, and was this time answered with more expedition. Jack told the servant, in the presence of his father, that, with the consent of the latter, he should thereafter take the whole control of the establishment, and that Mesty would be the major domo from whom they would receive their orders. The man stared, and cast an appealing look to Mr Easy, who hesitated, and at last said,
"Yes, William, you'll apologise to all, and say that I have made the arrangement."
"You apologise to none, sir," cried Jack, "but tell them that I will arrange the whole business tomorrow morning. Tell the woman to come here and show me my bedroom. Mesty, get your supper, and then come up to me. If they dare to refuse you, recollect who does, and point them out tomorrow morning. That will do, sir. Away with you, and bring flat candlesticks." Chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Mr Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 37, in which Jack takes up the other side of the argument and proves that he can argue as well on one side as on the other. This scene may give some idea of the state of Mr Easy's household upon our hero's arrival. The poor lunatic, for such we must call him, was at the mercy of his servants, who robbed, laughed at, and neglected him. The waste and expense were enormous. Our hero, who found how matters stood, went to bed and lay the best part of the night resolving what to do. He determined to send for Dr Middleton and consult him. The next morning Jack rose early. Mesty was in the room with warm water as soon as he rang.
"By the power, Massa Easy, your father very silly old man."
"I'm afraid so," replied Jack.
"He not right here," observed Mesty,
putting his fingers to his head. Jack sighed, and desired Mesty to send one of the grooms up to the door. When the man knocked, he desired him to mount a horse and ride over to Dr Middleton and request his immediate attendance. The man, who was really a good servant, replied, "Yes, sir," very respectfully, and hastened away. Jack went down to breakfast and found it all ready, but his father was not in the room. He went to his study and found him occupied with the carpenter, who was making a sort of a frame as the model of a platform or dais to be raised under the wonderful invention. Mr Easy was so busy that he could not come to breakfast, so Jack took his alone. An hour after this Dr Middleton's carriage drove up to the door. The doctor heartily greeted our hero.
"My dear sir, for so I suppose I must now call you, I am heartily glad that you have returned. I can assure you that it is not a moment too soon."
"I have found that out already, doctor," replied Jack. "Sit down. Have you breakfasted?"
"No, I have not, for I was so anxious to see you that I ordered my carriage at once."
"Then sit down, doctor, and we will talk over matters quietly."
"You of course perceive the state of your father. He has been some time quite unfit to manage his own affairs."
"So I am afraid."
"What do you intend to do, then? Put them in the hands of trustees?"
"I will be trustee for myself, Dr Middleton. I could not do the other without submitting my poor father to a process and confinement which I cannot think of."
"I can assure you that there are not many in Bedlam worse than he is, but I perfectly agree with you. That is, if he will consent to your taking charge of the property."
"A power of attorney will be all that is requisite," replied Jack. "That is, as soon as I have rid the house of the set of miscreants who are in it, and who are now in open mutiny."
"I think," replied the doctor, "that you will have some trouble. You know the character of the butler."
"Yes, I have it from my father's own mouth. I really should take it as a great favour, Dr Middleton, if you could stay here a day or two. I know that you have retired from practice."
"I would have made the same offer, my young friend. I will come here with 2 of my servants, for you must discharge these."
"I have one of my own who is worth his weight in gold. That will be sufficient. I will dismiss every man you think I ought, and as for the women, we can give them warning and replace them at leisure."
"That is exactly what I should propose," replied the doctor. "I will now go, if you please, procure the assistance of a couple of constables, and also of your father's former legal adviser, who shall prepare a power of attorney."
"Yes," replied Jack, "and we must then find out the tenants who refuse to pay upon the principles of equality, and he shall serve them with notice immediately."
"I am rejoiced, my dear young friend, to perceive that your father's absurd notions have not taken root."
"They lasted some time, nevertheless, doctor," replied Jack, laughing.
"Well, then, I will only quit you for an hour or two, and then, as you wish it, will take up my quarters here as long as you find me useful."
In the forenoon Dr Middleton again made his appearance, accompanied by Mr Hanson, the solicitor, bringing with him his portmanteau and his servants. Mr Easy had come into the parlour, and was at breakfast when they entered. He received them very coolly, but a little judicious praise of the wonderful invention had its due effect, and after Jack had reminded him of his promise that in future he was to control the household, he was easily persuaded to sign the order for his so doing, that is, the power of attorney. Mr Easy also gave up to Jack the key of his escritoire, and Mr Hanson possessed himself of the books, papers, and receipts necessary to ascertain the state of his affairs, and the rents which had not yet been paid up. In the meantime the constables arrived. The servants were all summoned. Mr Hanson showed them the power of attorney, empowering Jack to act for his father, and in less than half an hour afterwards all the men servants but 2 grooms were dismissed. The presence of the constables and Mesty prevented any resistance, but not without various threats on the part of the butler, whose name was O'Rourke. Thus in 24 hours Jack had made a reformation in the household. Mr Easy took no notice of anything. He returned to his study and his wonderful invention. Mesty had received the keys of the cellar, and had now complete control over those who remained. Dr Middleton, Mr Hanson, Mr Easy, and Jack sat down to dinner, and everything wore the appearance of order and comfort. Mr Easy ate very heartily, but said nothing till after dinner, when, as was his usual custom, he commenced arguing upon the truth and soundness of his philosophy.
By the by, my dear son, if I recollect right, you told me last night that you were no longer of my opinion. Now, if you please, we will argue this point."
"I'll argue the point with all my heart, sir," replied Jack. "Will you begin?"
"Let's fill our glasses," cried Mr Easy triumphantly. "Let's fill our glasses, and then I will bring Jack back to the proper way of thinking. Now then, my son, I trust you will not deny that we are all born equal?"
"I do deny it, sir," replied Jack. "I deny it in toto, deny it from the evidence of our own senses and from the authority of Scripture. To suppose all men were born equal is to suppose that they are equally endowed with the same strength and with the same capacity of mind, which we know is not the case. I deny it from Scripture, from which I could quote many passages, but I will restrict myself to one, the parable of the talents. To one he gave 5 talents, to another but 1, holding them responsible for the trust reposed in them. We are all intended to fill various situations in society, and are provided by heaven accordingly."
"That may be," replied Mr Easy, "but that does not prove that the earth was not intended to be equally distributed among all alike."
"I beg your pardon. The proof that that was not the intention of Providence is that equality, allowing it to be put into practice, could never be maintained."
"Not maintained? No, because the strong oppress the weak. Tyrants rise up and conquer. Men combine to do wrong."
"Not so, my dear father. I say it could not be maintained without the organisation of each individual had been equalised and several other points established. For instance, allowing that every man had at origins a certain portion of ground. He who was the strongest or the cleverest would soon cause his to yield more than the others would, and thus the equality be destroyed. Again, if one couple had 10 children and another had none, then again would equality be broken in upon, as the land that supports 2 in the one instance would have to feed 12 in the other. You perceive, therefore, that without rapine or injustice your equality could not be preserved."
"But, Jack, allowing that there might be some diversity from such causes, that would be a very different thing from the present monstrous state of society, in which we have kings and lords and people rolling in wealth, while others are in a state of pauperism and obliged to steal for their daily bread."
"My dear father, I consider that it is to this inequality that society owes its firmest cementation, that we are enabled to live in peace and happiness, protected by just laws, each doing his duty in that state of life to which he is called, rising above or sinking in the scale of society according as he has been entrusted with the 5 talents or the 1.
Equality can and does exist nowhere. We are told that it does not exist in heaven itself. How can it exist upon earth?
But that is only asserted, Jack, and it is not proof that it ought not to exist.
Let's argue the point, father, coolly. Let us examine a little what would be the effect if all was equality. Were all equal in beauty, there would be no beauty, for beauty is only by comparison. Were all equal in strength, conflicts would be interminable. Were all equal in rank and power and possessions, the greatest charms of existence would be destroyed. Generosity, gratitude, and half the finer virtues would be unknown. The first principle of our religion, charity, could not be practised. Pity would never be called forth. Benevolence, your great organ, would be useless, and self-denial a blank letter. Were all equal in ability, there would be no instruction, no talent, no genius, nothing to admire, nothing to copy, to respect, nothing to rouse emulation or stimulate to praiseworthy ambition. Why, my dear father, what an idle, unprofitable, weary world would this be if it were based on equality!
But allowing all that, Jack, replied Mr Easy, and I will say you argue well in a bad cause, why should the inequality be carried so far? Kings and lords, for instance.
The most lasting and imperishable form of building is that of the pyramid, which defies ages, and to that may the most perfect form of society be compared. It is based upon the many, and rising by degrees, it becomes less as wealth, talent, and rank increase in the individual, until it ends at the apex or monarch above all. Yet each several stone from the apex to the base is necessary for the preservation of the structure, and fulfils its duty in its allotted place. Could you prove that those at the summit possess the greatest share of happiness in this world, then indeed you have a position to argue on. But it is well known that such is not the case, and provided he is of a contented mind, the peasant is more happy than the king, surrounded as the latter is by cares and anxiety.
Very well argued indeed, my dear sir, observed Dr Middleton. But, my dear boy, there are other states of society than monarchy. We have republics and despotisms.
We have, but how long do they last compared to the first? There is a cycle in the changes which never varies. A monarchy may be overthrown by a revolution, and republicanism succeed, but that is shortly followed by despotism, till, after a time, monarchy succeeds again by unanimous consent, as the most legitimate and equitable form of government. But in none of these do you find a single advance to equality. In a republic, those who govern are more powerful than the rulers in a restricted monarchy. A president is greater than a king, and next to a despot whose will is law. Even in small societies you find that some will naturally take the lead and assume domination. We commence the system at school, when we are first thrown into society, and there we are taught systems of petty tyranny. There are some few points in which we obtain equality in this world, and that equality can only be obtained under a well regulated form of society, and consists in an equal administration of justice and of laws, to which we have agreed to submit for the benefit of the whole, the equal right to live and not to be permitted to starve, which has been obtained in this country. And when we are called to account, we shall have equal justice. Now, my dear father, you have my opinion.
Yes, my dear, this is all very well in the abstract, but how does it work?
It works well.
The luxury, the pampered state, the idleness, if you please, the wickedness of the rich, all contribute to the support, the comfort, and employment of the poor. You may behold extravagance, it is vice, but that very extravagance circulates money, and the vice of one contributes to the happy of many. The only vice which is not redeemed by producing commensurate good is avarice. If all were equal, there would be no arts, no manufactures, no industry, no employment. As it is, the inequality of the distribution of wealth may be compared to the heart pouring forth the blood like a steam engine through the human frame, the same blood returning from the extremities by the veins, to be again propelled, and keep up a healthy and vigorous circulation.
"Bravo, Jack!" said Dr Middleton. "Have you anything to reply, sir?" continued he, addressing Mr Easy.
"To reply, sir," replied Mr Easy with scorn. "Why, he has not given me half an argument yet. Why, that black servant even laughs at him. Look at him there, showing his teeth. Can he forget the horrors of slavery? Can he forget the base unfeeling lash? No, sir, he has suffered, and he can estimate the divine right of equality. Ask him now, ask him if you dare, Jack, whether he will admit the truth of your argument."
"Well, I'll ask him," replied Jack, "and I can tell you candidly that he was once one of your disciples. Mesty, what's your opinion of equality?"
"Equality, Master Easy," replied Mesty, pulling up his cravat. "I say, damn equality. Now I major domo."
"The rascal deserves to be a slave all his life."
"True, I have been slave, but I a prince in my own country. Massa Easy, tell how many skulls I have."
"Skulls? Do you know anything of the sublime science? Are you a phrenologist?"
"I know man's skull very well in a shanty country, anyhow."
"Then if you know that, you must be one. I had no idea that the science had extended so far. Maybe it was brought from thence. I will have some talk with you to morrow. This is very curious, Dr Middleton, is it not?"
"Very indeed, Mr Easy."
"I shall feel his head to morrow after breakfast, and if there is anything wrong I shall correct it with my machine. By the bye, I have quite forgotten, gentlemen. You will excuse me, but I wish to see what the carpenter has done for me, and after that I shall attend the meeting of the society. Jack, my boy, won't you come and hear my speech?"
Thank you, sir, but I cannot well leave your friends." Mr Easy quitted the room.
"Are you aware, my dear sir, that your father has opened his preserves to all the poachers?" said Mr Hanson.
"The devil he has."
"Yes, he has allowed several gangs of gypsies to locate themselves in his woods, much to the annoyance of the neighbourhood, who suffer from their depredations," continued Dr Middleton.
"I find by the receipts and books that there is nearly 2 years' rental of the estate due. Some tenants have paid up in full, others not for 4 years. I reckon £14,000 still in arrear."
"You will oblige me by taking immediate steps, Mr Hanson, for the recovery of the sums due."
"Most certainly, Mr John. I trust your father will not commit himself to night as he has done lately."
When they rose to retire, Dr Middleton took our hero by the hand.
"You do not know, my dear fellow, what pleasure it gives me to find that,
in spite of all the doting of your mother and the madness of your father, you have turned out so well. It is very fortunate that you have come home. I trust you will now give up the profession."
"I have given it up, sir, which by the by reminds me that I have not applied for either my discharge or that of my servant, but I cannot spare time yet, so I shall not report myself." Chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 38, in which our hero finds himself an orphan and resolves to go to sea again without the smallest idea of equality. The next morning, when they met at breakfast, Mr. Easy did not make his appearance, and Jack inquired of Mesty where he was.
"They say down below that the old gentleman not come home last night." "Did not come home?" said Dr. Middleton. "This must be looked into." "He great rascal, that butler man," said Mesty to Jack. "But the old gentleman not sleep in his bed, that for sure."
"Make inquiries when he went out," said Jack.
"I hope no accident has happened," observed Mr. Hanson, "but his company has lately been very strange."
"Nobody see him go out, sir, last night," reported Mesty. "Very likely he is in his study," observed Dr. Middleton. "He may have remained all night fast asleep by his wonderful invention."
"I'll go and see," replied Jack. Dr. Middleton accompanied him, and Mesty followed. They opened the door and beheld a spectacle which made them recoil with horror. There was Mr. Easy with his head in the machine, the platform below fallen from under him, hanging with his toes just touching the ground. Dr. Middleton hastened to him, and, assisted by Mesty and our hero, took him out of the steel collar which was round his neck. But life had been extinct for many hours, and on examination it was found that the poor old gentleman's neck was dislocated. It was surmised that the accident must have taken place the evening before, and it was easy to account for it. Mr. Easy, who had had the machine raised 4 feet higher for the platform and steps to be placed underneath, must have mounted on the frame modelled by the carpenter for his work, and have fixed his head in, for the knob was pressed on his bump of benevolence. The framework, hastily put together with a few short nails, had given way with his weight, and the sudden fall had dislocated his neck. Mr. Hanson led away our hero, who was much shocked at this unfortunate and tragical end of his poor father, while Dr. Middleton ordered the body to be taken up into a bedroom, and immediately dispatched a messenger to the coroner of the county. Poor Mr. Easy had told his son but the day before that he felt convinced that this wonderful invention would immortalise him, and so it had, although not exactly in the sense that he anticipated. We must pass over the few days of sorrow and closed shutters which always are given to these scenes. The coroner's inquest and the funeral over, daylight was again admitted, our hero's spirits revived, and he found himself in possession of a splendid property and his own master. He was not of age, it is true, for he wanted 9 months, but on the opening of the will of his father he found that Dr. Middleton was his sole guardian. Mr. Hanson, on examining and collecting the papers, which were in the greatest confusion, discovered bank notes in different corners, and huddled up with bills and receipts to the amount of £2,000, and further a cheque signed by Captain Wilson on his banker for the £1,000 advanced by Mr Easy, dated more than 15 months back. Dr Middleton wrote to the Admiralty, informing them that family affairs necessitated Mr John Easy, who had been left at sick quarters, to leave His Majesty's service, requesting his discharge from it forthwith. The Admiralty were graciously pleased to grant the request, and lose the services of a midshipman. The Admiralty were also pleased to grant the discharge of Mesty, on the sum required for a substitute being paid in. The gipsies were routed out of their abodes and sent once more to wander. The gamekeepers were restored, the preserves cleared out of all poachers, and the gentry of the county were not a little pleased at Jack's succession, for they had wished that Mr Easy's neck had been broken long ago. The societies were dissolved, since, now that Mr Easy no longer paid for the beer, there was nothing to meet for. Cards and compliments were sent from all parts of the county, and every one was anxious that our hero should come of age, as then he would be able to marry, to give dinners, subscribe to the foxhounds, and live as a gentleman ought to. But during all these speculations, Jack had made Dr Middleton acquainted with the history of his amour with Agnes de Ribiera, and all particulars connected therewith, also with his determination to go out to bring her home as his wife. Dr Middleton saw no objection to the match, and he perceived that our hero was sincere, and Jack had made inquiries when the packet would sail for Malta, when Mesty, who stood behind his chair, observed,
"Packet bad vessel, Master Easy. Why not go out in man of war?"
"Very true," replied Jack, "but you know, Mesty, that is not so easy."
"And then how come home, sir? Suppose you and Missy Agnes taken prisoner, put in prison?"
"Very true," replied Jack, "and as for a passage home in a man of war, that will be more difficult still."
"Then I think, sir, suppose you buy one fine vessel, plenty of guns, take out letter of marque, plenty of men, and bring Missy Agnes home like a lady, you captain of your own ship."
"That deserves consideration, Mesty," replied Jack, who thought of it during that night, and the next day resolved to follow Mesty's advice. The Portsmouth paper lay on the breakfast table. Jack took it up, and his eye was caught by an advertisement for the sale of the Jeanne d'Arc, prize to Her Majesty's ship Thetis, brigantine of 278 tons, copper bottomed, armed, en flute with all her stores, spars, sails, running and standing rigging, then lying in the harbour of Portsmouth, to take place on the following Wednesday. Jack rang the bell and ordered post horses.
"Where are you going, my dear boy?"
inquired Dr Middleton. "To Portsmouth, doctor."
"And pray what for, if not an impertinent question?"
Jack then gave Dr Middleton an insight into his plan, and requested that he would allow him to do so, as there was plenty of ready money.
"But the expense will be enormous."
"It will be heavy, sir, I grant, but I have calculated it pretty nearly, and I shall not spend at the rate of more than my income. Besides, as a letter of marque, I shall have the right of capture. In fact, I mean to take out a privateer's regular licence."
"But not to remain there and cruise?"
"No, upon my honour. I am too anxious to get home again. You must not refuse me, my dear guardian."
"As a lady is in the case, I will not, my dear boy, but be careful what you're about."
"Never fear, sir. I will be back in 4 months at the farthest. But I must set off and ascertain if the vessel answers the description given in the advertisement." Jack threw himself into the chariot, Mesty mounted into the rumble, and in 2 hours they were at Portsmouth, went to the agent, viewed the vessel, which proved to be a very fine fast sailing craft, well found, with 6 brass carronades on each side. The cabins were handsome, fitted up with bird's-eye maple and gilt mouldings. "This will do," thought Jack. "A couple of long brass nines, 40 men and 6 boys, and she will be just the thing we require." So Mesty and Jack went on shore again, and returned to Forest Hill to dinner, when he desired Mr Hanson to set off for Portsmouth and bid at the sale for the vessel, as he wished to purchase her. This was Monday, and on Wednesday Mr Hanson purchased her as she stood for £1,750, which was considered about half her value. Dr Middleton had in the meantime been thinking very seriously of Jack's project. He could see no objection to it, provided that he was steady and prudent, but in both these qualities Jack had not exactly been tried. He therefore determined to look out for some steady naval lieutenant, and make it a sine qua non that our hero should be accompanied by him, and that he should go out as sailing master. Now that the vessel was purchased, he informed Jack of his wish. Indeed, as Dr Middleton observed, his duty as guardian demanded this precaution, and our hero, who felt very grateful to Dr Middleton, immediately acquiesced. "And, by the bye, doctor, see that he is a good navigator, for though I can fudge a day's work pretty well, latterly I've been out of practice." Every one was now busy. Jack and Mesty at Portsmouth, fitting out the vessel, and offering 3 guineas a head to the crimps for every good able seaman. Mr Hanson obtaining the English register and the letters of licence, and Dr Middleton in search of a good naval dry nurse. Jack found time to write to Don Philip and Agnes, apprising them of the death of his father and his intentions. In about 6 weeks all was ready, and the brigantine, which had taken out her British register and licence under the name of the Riviera, went out of harbour and anchored at Spithead. Dr Middleton had procured, as he thought, a very fit person to sail with Jack, and our hero and Mesty embarked, wishing the doctor and solicitor good-bye, and leaving them nothing to do but to pay the bills. The person selected by Dr Middleton, by the advice of an old friend of his, a purser in the navy, who lived at Southsea, was a Lieutenant Oxbelly, who, with the ship's company which had been collected, received our hero as their captain and owner upon his arrival on board. There certainly was no small contrast between our hero's active, slight figure and handsome person, set off with a blue coat, something like the present yacht club uniform, and that of his second in command, who waddled to the side to receive him. He was a very short man, with an uncommon protuberance of stomach, with shoulders and arms too short for his body, and hands much too large, more like the paws of a polar bear than anything else. He wore trousers, shoes, and buckles. On his head was a foraging cap, which, when he took it off, showed that he was quite bald. His age might be about 55 or 60, his complexion florid, no whiskers and a little beard, nose straight, lips thin, teeth black with chewing, and always a little brown dribble from the left corner of his mouth. There was a leak there, he said. Altogether his countenance was prepossessing, for it was honest and manly, but his waist was preposterous. Steady enough, thought Jack, as he returned Mr Oxbelly's salute. "How do you do, sir?" said Jack. "I trust we shall be good shipmates," for Jack had not seen him before.
"Mr Easy," replied the lieutenant, "I never quarrel with any one, except, I won't tell a story, with my wife."
"I'm sorry that you have ever domestic dissensions, Mr Oxbelly."
"And I only quarrel with her at night, sir. She will take up more than her share of the bed, and won't allow me to sleep single. But never mind that, sir. Now, will you please muster the men?"
"If you please, Mr Oxbelly."
The men were mustered, and Jack made them a long speech upon subordination, discipline, activity, duty, and so forth.
"A very good speech, Mr Easy," said Mr Oxbelly, as the men went forward. "I wish my wife had heard it. But, sir, if you please, we'll now get under way as fast as we can, for there is a Channel cruiser working up at St. Helens, and we may give him the go-by running through the Needles."
"But what need we care for the Channel cruiser?"
You forget, sir, that as soon as she drops her anchors she will come on board and take a fancy to at least 10 of our men."
"But they are protected."
Yes, sir, but that's no protection nowadays. I've sailed in a privateer at least 3 years, and I know that they have no respect for letters of marque or for privateers."
"I believe you are right, Mr Oxbelly. So, if you please, we will up with the anchor at once." The crew of the Riviera had been well chosen. They were prime men of war's men, most of whom had deserted from the various ships on the station, and of course were most anxious to be off. In a few minutes the Riviera was under way with all sail set below and aloft. She was in excellent trim and flew through the water. The wind was fair, and by night they had passed Portland Lights, and the next morning were steering a course for the Bay of Biscay without having encountered what they feared more than an enemy, a British cruiser to overhaul them.
"I think we shall do now, sir,"
observed Mr Oxbelly to our hero.
"We have made a famous run. It's 12 o'clock, and if you please I'll work the latitude and let you know what it is. We must shape our course so as not to run in with the Brest squadron. A little more wrestling, sir. I'll be up in 1 minute. My wife, but I'll tell you about that when I come up. Latitude 41 degrees 12 minutes, sir. I was about to say that my wife, when she was on board of the privateer that I commanded—"
"Board of the privateer, Mr Oxbelly?"
"Yes, sir. Would go. Told her it was impossible, but she wouldn't listen to reason. Came on board, flopped herself into the standing bed place, and said that there she was for the cruise, little Billy with her."
"What, your child too?"
"Yes, 2 years old, fine boy, always laughed when the guns were fired, while his mother stood on the ladder and held him on the top of the booby hatch."
"I wonder that Mrs Oxbelly let you come here now."
"So you would, sir, but I'll explain that. She thinks I'm in London about my half pay. She knows all by this time and frets, I don't doubt, but that will make her thin, and then there will be more room in the bed. Mrs Oxbelly is a very stout woman."
"Why, you are not a little man."
"No, not little. Tending to be lusty, as the saying is, that is, in good condition. It's very strange that Mrs Oxbelly has an idea that she is not large. I cannot persuade her to it. That's the reason we always spar in bed. She says it is I, and I know that it is she who takes up the largest share of it."
"Perhaps you may both be right."
"No, no, it is she who creates all the disturbance. If I get nearer to the wall, she jams me up till I am as thin as a thread paper. If I put her inside and stay outside, she cuts me out as you do a cask, by the chime, till I tumble out of bed."
"Why don't you make your bed larger, Mr Oxbelly?"
"Sir, I have proposed it, but my wife will have it that the bed is large enough if I would not toss in my sleep. I can't convince her. However, she'll have it all to herself now. I slept very well last night for the first time since I left the Boadicea."
"The Boadicea?"
"Yes, sir, I was second lieutenant of the Boadicea for 3 years."
"She's a fine frigate, I'm told."
"On the contrary, such a pinched up little craft below I never saw. Why, Mr Easy, I could hardly get into the door of my cabin, and yet, as you must see, I'm not a large man."
"Good heavens! Is it possible," thought Jack, "that this man does not really know that he is monstrous?" Yes, such was the case. Mr Oxbelly had no idea that he was otherwise than in good condition, although he had probably not seen his knees for years. It was his obesity that was the great objection to him, for in every other point there was nothing against him. He had upon one pretence and another been shifted by the manoeuvres of the captains out of different ships, until he went up to the Admiralty to know if there was any charge against him. The First Lord at once perceived the charge to be preferred, and made a mark against his name, as not fit for anything but harbour duty. Out of employment he had taken the command of a privateer cutter, when his wife, who was excessively fond, would, as he said, follow him with little Billy. He was sober, steady, knew his duty well, but he weighed 26 stone, and his weight had swamped him in the service. His wish, long indulged, had become, as Shakespeare says, the father of his thoughts, and he had really at last brought himself to think that he was not by any means what could be considered a fat man. His wife, as he said, was also a very stout woman, and this exuberance of flesh on both sides was the only but continual ground of dispute. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 38, in which our hero, as usual, gets into the very middle of it. On the 11th day the Ribiera entered the Straits, and the Rock of Gibraltar was in sight as the sun went down, after which the wind fell light, and about midnight it became calm, and they drifted up. At sunrise they were roused by the report of heavy guns, and perceived an English frigate about 8 miles farther up the Straits, and more in the mid-channel, engaging 9 or 10 Spanish gunboats, which had come out from Algeciras to attack her. It still continued a dead calm, and the boats of the frigate were all ahead towing her, so as to bring her broadside to bear upon the Spanish flotilla. The reverberating of the heavy cannon on both sides over the placid surface of the water, the white smoke ascending as the sun rose in brilliancy in a clear blue sky, the distant echoes repeated from the high hills, had a very beautiful effect for those who are partial to the picturesque. But Jack thought it advisable to prepare for action instead of watching for tints, and in short time all was ready.
"They'll not come to us, Mr Easy, as long as they have the frigate to hammer at, but still we had better be prepared, for we cannot well pass them without having a few shot. When I came up the Straits in the privateer we were attacked by 2, and fought them for 3 hours. Their shot dashed the water over our decks till they were wet fore and aft, but somehow or other they never hit us. We were as low as they were. I'll be bound but they'll hull the frigate though. Mrs Oxbelly and Billy were on deck the whole time, and Billy was quite delighted, and cried when they took him down to breakfast."
"Why, Mrs Oxbelly must be very courageous."
"Cares neither for shot nor shells, sir. Laughs when they whiz over her head, and tells Billy to hark. But, sir, it's not surprising. Her father is a major, and her 2 brothers are lieutenants in the bombardiers."
"That indeed," replied Jack. "But see, there is a breeze springing up from the westward."
"Very true, Mr Easy, and a steady one it will be, for it comes up dark and slow. So much the better for the frigate, for she'll get a little honour and plenty of mauling at this work."
"I hope we shall take it up with us," observed Jack. "How far do you reckon the gunboats from the shore?"
"I should think about 5 miles, or rather less."
"Trim sails, Mr Oxbelly. Perhaps we may cut 1 or 2 of these off. Steer inshore of them."
"Exactly. Up there, my lads. Set topgallant studding sails, topmast studdings to hand. Rig out the booms. Keep as you go now, my lads. We shall be well inshore of them, and out of the range of the batteries."
The breeze came down fresh, and all sail was set upon the Riviera. She took the wind down with her, and it passed her but little. Half a mile ahead of them all was still and smooth as a glass mirror, and they neared and gained inshore at the same time. The gunboats were still engaging the frigate, and did not appear to pay any attention to the Riviera coming down. At last the breeze reached them and the frigate, light at first, and then gradually increasing, while the Riviera foamed through the water, and had now every chance of cutting off some of the gunboats. The frigate trimmed her sails and steered towards the flotilla, which now thought proper to haul off and put their heads inshore, followed by the frigate firing her bow chasers. But the Riviera was now within half gunshot inshore, and steering so as to intercept them. As she rapidly closed, the flotilla scarcely knew how to act. To attack her would be to lose time, and allow the frigate to come up and occasion their own capture, so they satisfied themselves with firing at her as she continued to run down between them and the land. As they neared, Jack opened his fire with his 18-pound carronades and long nines. The gunboats returned his fire, and they were within a quarter of a mile when Jack shortened sail to his topsails, and a warm engagement took place, which ended in one of the gunboats being in a few minutes dismasted. The frigate under all canvas came rapidly up, and her shot now fell thick. The flotilla then ceased firing, passing about 2 cables' length ahead of the Riviera, and making all possible sail for the land. Jack now fired at the flotilla as they passed with his larboard broadside, while with his starboard he poured in grape and canister upon the unfortunate gunboat which was dismasted, and which soon hauled down her colours. In a few minutes more the remainder were too far distant for the carronades, and as they did not fire, Jack turned his attention to take possession of his prize, sending a boat with 10 men on board, and heaving to close to her to take her in tow. 10 minutes more and the frigate was also hove to a cable's length from the Riviera, and our hero lowered down his other quarter boat to go on board. "Have we any men hurt, Mr Oxbelly?" inquired Jack.
"Only 2. Spearling has lost his thumb with a piece of langrage, and James has a bad wound in the thigh."
"Very well, I will ask for the surgeon to come on board." Jack pulled to the frigate and went up the side, touched his hat in due form, and was introduced by the midshipman to the other side, where the captain stood.
"Mr Easy!" exclaimed the captain.
"Captain Sawbridge," replied our hero with surprise.
"Good heavens, what brought you here?" said the captain. "And what vessel is that?"
"The Riviera, letter of marque, commanded and owned by Mr Easy," replied Jack, laughing. Captain Sawbridge gave him his hand.
"Come down with me into the cabin, Mr Easy. I am very glad to see you. Give you great credit for your conduct, and am still more anxious to know what has induced you to come out again. I knew that you had left the service."
Jack in a very few words told his object in fitting out the Riviera. "But," continued Jack, "allow me to congratulate you upon your promotion, which I was not aware of. May I ask where you left the Harpy, and what is the name of your frigate?"
"The Latona. I have only been appointed to her 1 month, after an action in which the Harpy took a large corvette, and am ordered home with despatches to England. We sailed yesterday evening from Gibraltar, were becalmed the whole night, and attacked this morning by the gunboats."
"How is Captain Wilson, sir?"
"I believe he is very well, but I have not seen him."
"How did you know then that I had left the service, Captain Sawbridge?"
"From Mr Gascoigne, who is now on board."
"Gascoigne!" exclaimed our hero.
"Yes, he was sent up to join the Aurora by the Governor, but she had left the fleet, and having served his time, and a passing day being ordered, he passed, and thought he might as well go home with me and see if he could make any interest for his promotion." "Pray, Captain Sawbridge, is the gunboat our prize or yours?" "It ought to be wholly yours, but the fact is, by the regulations, we share."
"With all my heart, sir. Will you send an assistant surgeon on board to look after two of my men who are hurt?"
"Yes, directly. Now send your boat away, Easy, with directions to your officer in command. We must go back to Gibraltar, for we have received some injury, and, I am sorry to say, lost some men. You are going, then, I presume, to stay on board and dine with me? We shall be at anchor before night."
"I will, with pleasure, sir. But now I will send my boat away and shake hands with Gascoigne." Gascoigne was under the half deck waiting to receive his friend, for he had seen him come up the side from his station on the forecastle. A hurried conversation took place, after our hero had dismissed his boat with the assistant surgeon in it to dress the two wounded men. Jack then went on deck, talked with the officers, looked with pleasure at the Ribiera with the gunboat in tow, keeping company with the frigate, although only under the same canvas, promised Gascoigne to spend the next day with him either on shore or on board the Ribiera, and then returned to the cabin, where he had a long conference with Captain Sawbridge.
"When you first entered the service, Easy," said Captain Sawbridge, "I thought that the sooner the service was rid of you the better. Now that you have left it, I feel that it has lost one who, in all probability, would have proved a credit to it."
"Many thanks, sir," replied Jack; "but how can I be a midshipman with £8,000 a year?"
"I agree with you that that is impossible. But dinner is serving. Go into the after cabin, and the steward will give you all you require."
Our hero, whose face and hands were not a little grimed with the gunpowder, washed himself, combed out his curly black hair, and found all the party in the fore cabin. Gascoigne, who had not been asked in the forenoon, was, by the consideration of Captain Sawbridge, added to the number. Before dinner was long off the table, the first lieutenant reported that it was necessary to turn the hands up, as they were close to the anchorage. The party therefore broke up sooner than otherwise would have been the case, and as soon as the Latona's sails were furled, Captain Sawbridge went on shore to acquaint the Governor with the results of the action. He asked Jack to accompany him, but our hero, wishing to be with Gascoigne, excused himself until the next day. "And now, Easy," said Gascoigne, as soon as the captain had gone over the side, "I will ask permission to go on board with you, or will you ask?" "I will ask," replied Jack. "A gentleman of fortune has more weight with a first lieutenant than a midshipman." So Jack went up to the first lieutenant, and with one of his polite bows hoped, if duty would permit, he would honour him by coming on board that evening with some of his officers to see the Ribiera and to drink a bottle or two of champagne. The first lieutenant, as the Ribiera was anchored not 2 cables' length from him, replied that as soon as he had shifted the prisoners and secured the gunboat, he would be very glad, and so did 3 or 4 more of the officers. And then Jack begged as a favour that his old friend Mr Gascoigne might be permitted to go with him now, as he had important packages to entrust to his care to England. The first lieutenant was very willing, and Gascoigne and our hero jumped into the boat, and were once more in all the confidence of tried and deserved friendship. "Jack, I've been thinking of it, and I've made up my mind," said Gascoigne. "I shall gain little or nothing by going home for my promotion. I may as well stay here, and as I have served my time and passed, my pay is now of little consequence. Will you take me with you?" "It was exactly what I was thinking of, Ned. Do you think that Captain Sawbridge will consent?" "I do. He knows how I am circumstanced, and that my going home was merely because I was tired of looking after the Aurora." "We'll go together and ask him to morrow," replied Jack. "At all events, you'll have a more gentlemanly companion than Mr Oxbelly." "But not so steady, Ned." The first lieutenant and officers came on board, and passed a merry evening. there's nothing passes time more agreeably away than champagne, and if you do not affront this regal wine by mixing him with any other, he never punishes you the next morning. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 39. A Council of War, in which Jack decides that he will have one more cruise. As Captain Sawbridge did not return on board that evening, Easy went on shore and called upon him at the Governor's, to whom he was introduced and received an invitation to dine with him. As Gascoigne could not come on shore, our hero took this opportunity of making his request to Captain Sawbridge, stating that the person he had with him was not such as he wished, and could confide everything to, that is, not one to whom he could talk about Agnes. Jack, as he found that Captain Sawbridge did not immediately assent, pressed the matter hard. At last Captain Sawbridge, who reflected that Gascoigne's interest hereafter would be much greater through his friend Easy than any other quarter, and that the more the friendship was cemented the more advantageous it might prove to Gascoigne, gave his consent to our hero's wish, who called on board of the Latona to acquaint Gascoigne and the first lieutenant of Captain Sawbridge's intentions, and then went on board of the Ribiera and ordered Mesty to come with his portmanteau on shore to the inn, that he might dress for dinner. Gascoigne, now considered as not belonging to the Latona, was permitted to accompany him, and Jack found himself looking out of the window at which he had hung out his trousers upon the memorable occasion when the boatswain had to follow his own precept of duty before decency. What scenes of adventures I have passed through since that, thought Jack. Not much more than 4 years ago, then not 3 weeks in the service. Whereupon Jack fell into a deep reverie and thought of the baboon and of Agnes. The repairs of the Latona were all made good by the next day, and Gascoigne, having received his discharge ticket, went on board of the Ribiera. The gunboat was put into the hands of the agent, and shortly afterwards purchased by government. The Ribiera's crew did not, however, obtain their prize money and share of the head money, for she had 70 men on board, until their return, but, as they said, they had broken the ice, and that was everything. Moreover, it gave them confidence in themselves, in their vessel, and in their commander. Our hero weighed a short time after the Latona, having first taken leave of Captain Sawbridge, and committed to his care a letter to Dr Middleton. Once more behold the trio together, the 2 midshipmen hanging over the taffrail, and Mesty standing by them. They had rounded Europa Point, and, with a fine breeze off the land, were lying close hauled along the Spanish shore. Mr Oxbelly was also walking near them. "When I was cruising here it was very different," observed Jack. "I had a vessel which I did not know how to manage, a crew which I could not command, and if it had not been for Mesty, what would have become of me?"
"Massa Easy, you know very well how to get out of scrapes anyhow."
"Yes, and how to get into them," continued Gascoigne. "And how to get others out of them too, Ned."
"No more of that, Hal, an thou lovest me," quoted Gascoigne.
"I have often wondered what has been the lot of poor Azar. The lot of most women, Ned, in every country. Prized at first, neglected afterwards. The lot she might have had with you."
"Perhaps so,"
replied Ned with a sigh.
"Massa Easy, you get everybody out of scrape. You get me out of scrape."
"I do not recollect how, Mesty."
"You get me out from boil kettle for young gentlemen, that devil of a scrape."
"And I'm sure I've got you out of a scrape, Mr Oxbelly."
"How so, Mr Easy?"
"How so? Have I not prevented your quarrelling with your wife every night?"
Certainly, sir, you have been the means. But do you know, when we were engaging the other day, I could not help saying to myself, I wish my wife was here now, holding little Billy by the hatchway."
"But at night, Mr Oxbelly?"
"At night? Why, then I'm afraid I should have wished her home again. It's astonishing how comfortable I sleep now every night. Besides, in this climate it would be intolerable. Mrs Oxbelly is a very large woman, very large indeed."
"Well, but now we must hold a council of war. Are we to run up the coast, or to shape a course direct for Palermo?" "Course direct, and we shall take nothing, that is certain," said Gascoigne.
"If we take nothing, we shall make no prize money," continued Oxbelly.
"If we make no prize money, the men will be discontented," said Easy.
"If no ab nothing to do, it will be damned stupid," continued Mesty.
"Now then, the other side of the question. If we steer for Palermo, we shall soon be there and sooner home." "To which I reply," said Gascoigne, "that the shorter the cruise is, the less I shall have of your company."
"And I shall have to sleep with Mrs Oxbelly," continued Oxbelly. "Have fine ship, fine gun, fine men, and do nothing," cried Mesty. "By the power, I no like dat, Master Easy."
"You want 8 months of coming of age, Jack," observed Gascoigne.
"It won't make a difference of more than 3 or 4 weeks," said Mr Oxbelly, "and the expenses have been very great."
But what, Jack?" "Agnes." "Agnes will be better defended going home by men who have been accustomed to be in action; and as for her waiting a little longer, it will only make her love you a little more."
"Sleep single a little longer, Mr Easy, it's very pleasant," said Mr Oxbelly.
"That's not very bad advice of yours," observed Gascoigne.
"Stop a little, Master Easy," said Mesty. "You know dat very good advice."
"Well, then," replied Jack, "I will, as I am quite in the minority. We will work up the whole coast, up to Toulon. After all, there's something very pleasant in commanding your own ship, and I'm not in a hurry to resign it. So that point's decided." The Rebiera was steered into the land, and at sunset they were not 4 miles from the lofty blue mountains which overhung the town of Malaga. There were many vessels lying at the bottom of the bay, close in with the town. The wind now fell light, and the Rebiera, as she could not fetch the town, tacked as if she were a merchant vessel standing in, and showed American colours, a hint which they took from perceiving 3 or 4 large vessels lying in the outer roads, with the colours of that nation hoisted at the peak. "What is your intention, Jack?" said Gascoigne. "I'll be hanged if I know yet. I think of working up to the outer roads and anchoring at night, boarding the American vessels and gaining intelligence." "Not a bad idea. We shall then learn if there's anything to be done, and if not, we may be off at daylight." "The pratique boat will not come off after sunset." "And if they did, we could pass for an American, bound for Barcelona or anywhere else. The outer roads where the vessels lie are hardly within gunshot." Mesty, who had resumed his sailor's clothes, now observed:
"What we do, Master Easy, we do quickly. Time for all ting, time for show face and fight, time for hide face, crawl and steal."
"Very true, Mesty. We'll crawl this time, and steal if we can. It's not the warfare I like best of the two."
"Both good, Master Easy. Suppose you no steal board of a polacca ship, you no see Missy Agnes."
"Very true, Mesty. 'Bout ship, Mr Oxbelly."
"Mr Oxbelly not good for boat service,"
observed Mesty, showing his teeth. It was dark before the Ribiera was anchored in the outer roads, a cable's length astern of the outermost American vessel. One of her quarter boats was lowered down, and Gascoigne and our hero pulled alongside, and, lying on their oars, hailed and asked the name of the vessel. "So help me God, just now I forget her name," replied a negro, looking over the gangway. "Who's the captain?" "So help me God, he gone on shore." "Is the mate aboard?" "No, so help me God, he gone on shore too." "Who is aboard then?" "So help me God, nobody on board but Pompey, and dat me." "Good shipkeepers in all events," said Jack. "A ship in the outer roads with only a black fellow on board. I say, Pompey, do they always leave you in charge of the vessel?" "No, sir, but to-night great pleasure on shore. Everybody dance and sing, get drunk, kick up bobbery, and all that." "What is it, a festival?" "So help me God, I no, sir." "Is there any one on board of the other vessels?"
"Everybody going on shore. Suppose they have black man, he stay on board."
"Good night, Pompey."
"Good night, sir. Who shall I say when captain come on board?"
"Captain Easy."
"Captain Heasy. Very well, sir."
Our hero pulled to another ship and found it equally deserted, but at the third he found the second mate with his arm in a sling, and from him they gained the information that it was a great festival, being the last day of the carnival, and that every one was thinking of nothing but amusement.
"I've a notion," said the mate, in reply, "that you're American."
"You've guessed right," replied Jack.
"What ship and what port?"
"Rhode Island, the Susan and Mary," replied Gascoigne.
"I thought you were north. We're of New York. What news do you bring?"
"Nothing," replied he. "We are from Liverpool last." A succession of questions were now put by the American mate, and answered very skilfully by Gascoigne, who then inquired how the market was. It was necessary to make and reply to all these inquiries before they could ask apparently indifferent questions of American traders. At last Gascoigne inquired, "Do you think they would allow us to go on shore? The Pratique boat has not been on board."
"They'll never find out if you are off before daylight. I doubt they know that you're anchored. Besides, from Liverpool you would have a clean bill of health, and if they found it out they would not say much. They're not over particular, I've a notion."
"What are those vessels lying in shore?"
"I guess they have olive oil on board, the chief on 'em. But there are 2 double lateens came in from Valparaiso the day before yesterday with hides and copper. How they escaped the British I can't tell, but they did, that's sure enough."
"Good night, then."
"You won't take a glass of sling this fine night with a countryman?"
"To-morrow, my good fellow, to-morrow. We must go on shore now." Our hero and Gascoigne returned on board the Ribiera, consulted with Oxbelly and Mesty, and then manned and armed the 2 quarter and stern boats. They thought it advisable not to hoist out their long boat. No firearms were permitted to be taken, lest, going off by accident or otherwise, an alarm should be given. Our hero and Mesty proceeded in the first boat, and pulled in for the town. Gascoigne shortly after in the second, and the boatswain in the jolly boat followed at some distance. There was no notice taken of them. They pulled gently down to the landing place, which was deserted. There was a blaze of light and the sounds of revelry in every quarter on shore, but the vessels appeared equally deserted as the American ones in the offing. Finding themselves unobserved, for they had taken the precaution to pull only 2 oars in each boat, They dropped gently alongside one of the double-masted lateen vessels, and Mesty stepped on board. He peeped down in the cabin and perceived a man lying in the lockers. He came up in his stealthiest manner, closed the hatch softly, and said, "All right." Jack left Gascoigne to take out this vessel, which he did very successfully, for it was very dark, and although there were sentries posted not far off, their eyes and ears were turned towards the town, listening to the music. A second vessel, her consort, was boarded in the same way, but here they found a man on deck whom they were obliged to seize and gag. They put him down in the cabin, and Mesty, with another boat's crew, cut her cables and swept her gently out toward the American vessels. One more vessel was required, and Jack, pulling 2 oars as usual, saluted a galliot heavily laden, but of what her cargo consisted was not known. In this vessel they found 2 men in the cabin playing cards, whom they seized and bound, and, cutting her cables, were obliged to make sail upon her, as she was much too large to sweep out. As they were making sail, they, however, met with an interruption which they did not expect. The crew belonging to the vessel, having had enough amusement for the evening, and intending to sail the next morning, had thought it right to come off sooner than the others. It was then about midnight or a little later, and while some of Jack's men were aloft, for he had 6 with him, Jack, to his annoyance, heard a boat coming off from the shore, the men in her singing a chorus. The galliot was at that time just under steerage way. Her topsails had been loosed and her jib hoisted, but the former had not been sheeted home, for the 3 men below could not in the dark find the ropes. The other 3 men were on the foreyard loosing the foresail, and Jack was undetermined whether to call them down immediately or to allow them to loose the sail and thus get good way on the vessel, so as to prevent the boat, which was loaded with men, from overtaking them. The boat was not more than 20 yards from the galliot when, not finding her where they left her, they pulled to the right and lay on their oars. This gave a moment of time, but they very soon spied her out. "Caramba!" was the exclamation, and the head of the boat was pulled round. "Down, my lads, in a moment by the swifters," cried Jack. "Here's a boat on board of us." The men were in a few seconds on deck, and the others, who had now sheeted home the topsails, hastened aft. The vessel soon gathered way, but before that her way was sufficient, the boat had pulled under the counter, and the Spaniards, letting their oars swing fore and aft, were climbing up, their knives in their teeth. A scuffle ensued, and they were thrown down again, but they renewed their attempt. Our hero, perceiving a small water or wine cask lashed to the gunwale, cut it loose with his cutlass, and with one of the men who was by his side pushed it over and dropped it into the boat. It struck the gunwale, stove a plank, and the boat began to fill rapidly. In the meantime the galliot had gained way. The boat could not longer be held on from its weight, and dropped astern with the men in it. Those who were half in and half out were left clinging to the gunwale of the vessel, and as they climbed up were secured and put down in the cabin. Fortunately, no firearms having been used on either side, the alarm was not given generally, but the sentry reported fighting on board of one of the vessels, and the people of the guard boat were collected and pulled out. But they only arrived in time to see that the galliot was under way, and that the 2 other vessels from Valparaiso were not in their berths. They hastened on shore, gave the alarm. The gunboats, of which there were 3 at the mole, were ordered out, but half the crew and all the officers were on shore, some at balls, others drinking at taverns or posadas. Before they could be collected, all 3 vessels were alongside of the Ribiera, and not aware that anything had been discovered, our hero and his crew were lulled into security. Jack had gone on board, leaving 14 of his men on board the galliot. Gascoigne had done the same. Mesty still remained on board his vessel, and they were congratulating themselves and ordering the men on board to the windlass when they heard the sound of oars. "Silence!"
What is that?" exclaimed Oxbelly.
"The gunboats or rowboats, as sure as I'm alive." At this moment Mesty jumped up the side.
"Massa Easy, I hear rowboat not far off."
"So do we, Mesty. Gascoigne, jump into the boat. Tell the men in the prizes to make all sail right out, and leave us to defend their retreat. Stay on board of one, and divide your men."
"Dat all right, Master Easy. Mr Gascoigne, be smart. And now, sir, cut cable and make sail. No time to get up anchor."
The order was given, but although the men were aloft in a moment and very expeditious, as the Rebiera paid her head round and the jib was hoisted, they could perceive the boom of the 3 gunboats pulling and sailing not 5 cables' length from them. Although rather short-handed, topsails, courses, and topgallant sails were soon set, the men down to their quarters, and the guns cast loose before the gunboats were close under their stern. Then Jack rounded to, braced up, and the Rebiera stood across them to the westward. "Why the devil don't they fire?" said Jack.
"I think because they have no powder," said Mesty.
Mesty was right. The ammunition chests of the gunboats were always landed when they were at the mole, in case of accidents which might arise from the crew being continually with cigars in their mouths, and in the hurry they had quite forgotten to put them on board. "In any event we have powder," said Jack, "and now we'll prove it. Grape and canister, my lads, and take good aim." The commanders of the gunboats had hailed each other and agreed to board the Rebiera, but she now had good way on her and sailed faster than they pulled. A well-directed broadside astonished them. They had no idea of her force, and the execution done was so great that they first lay on their oars and then pulled back to the mole with all speed, leaving the Rebiera in quiet possession of her prizes, which had already gained 2 miles in the offing. The Rebiera, as soon as Jack perceived that the gunboats had retreated, was put before the wind, and soon closed with her captures, when she was hove to till daylight with the 3 vessels in company. Gascoigne returned on board, prize masters were selected, and Jack determined to keep them all with him and take them to Palermo. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Mr Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 40, in which there is another slight difference of opinion between those who should be friends. The 2 lateen vessels proved of considerable value, being laden with copper, hides, and cochineal. The galliot was laden with sweet oil, and was also no despicable prize. At daylight they were all ready, and to the mortification of the good people of Malaga, sailed away to the eastward without interruption.
"Me think we do dat job pretty well, Master Easy," observed Mesty as he laid the breakfast table.
"Nothing like trying," replied Gascoigne. "I'm sure that when we stood into the bay I would have sold all my prize money for a doubloon. How do I share, Jack?" "Only as one of the crew, Ned, for you are a supernumerary, and our articles and agreements for prize money were signed previous to our sailing." "I ought to share with Mr Oxbelly's class by rights," replied Gascoigne.
"That would be to take half my prize money away. I shall want it all, Mr Gascoigne, to pacify my wife for giving her the slip."
"Ah, very well, I'll get all I can." For 10 days they ran down the coast, going much too fast for the wishes of the crew, who were anxious to make more money. They seized a fishing boat and put on board of her the 4 prisoners which they had found in the vessels, and arrived off Barcelona without falling in with friend or foe. The next morning, the wind being very light, they discovered a large vessel at daylight astern of them to the westward, and soon made her out to be a frigate. She made all sail in chase, but that gave them very little uneasiness, as they felt assured that she was a British cruiser. One fear, however, came over them, that she would, if she came upon them, impress a portion of their men.
"As certain as I'm here and Mrs Oxbelly's at Southsea," said Oxbelly, "they'll take some of the men; the more so as, supposing us to be a Spanish convoy, they will be disappointed."
"They will hardly take them out of the prizes," observed Easy.
"I don't know that. Men must be had for His Majesty's service somehow. It's not their fault, Mr Easy. The navy must be manned, and as things are so things must be. It's the king's prerogative, Mr Easy, and we cannot fight the battles of the country without it."
"Yes," replied Gascoigne, "and although as soon as the services of seamen are no longer wanted, you'll find that there are demagogues on shore who exclaim against impressment, they are quiet enough on the point when they know that their lives and property depend upon sailors' exertions."
Very true, Mr Gascoigne, but it's not our fault if we are obliged to take men by force. It's the fault of those who do not legislate so as to prevent the necessity. Mrs Oxbelly used to say that she would easily manage the matter if she were Chancellor of the Exchequer.
"I dare say Mrs Oxbelly would make a very good Chancellor of the Exchequer," replied Gascoigne, smiling. "One thing is certain, that if they gave the subject half the consideration they have others of less magnitude, an arrangement might be made by which His Majesty's navy would never be short of men."
No doubt, Mr Gascoigne, but nevertheless the king's prerogative must never be given up.
"There I agree with you, Mr Oxbelly. It must be held in case of sudden emergency and absolute need." "We'll argue that point by and by," replied Jack. "Now let us consult as to our measures. My opinion is, that if I made more sail we should beat the frigate, but she would come up with the prizes."
"That's the best thing we can do, Mr Easy, but let us send a boat on board of them, and take out all the men that can possibly be spared, that there be no excuse for impressing them."
"Yes," replied Gascoigne, "and as the wind is falling, it is possible it may fall calm, and they may send their boats. Suppose we separate a mile or 2 from each other."
"That very good advice, Master Gascoigne," observed Mesty.
This plan was acted upon. Only 3 men were left in the lateens and 4 in the galliot, and the vessels, in obedience to the orders, sheered off to both sides of the Rebiera, who made all sail and started ahead of the prizes. This manoeuvre was perceived on board of the frigate, and made them sure that it was a Spanish convoy attempting to escape. The fire engine was got on deck, sails wetted, and every exertion made to come up. But about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the frigate was 8 or 9 miles off, it fell calm, as Gascoigne had predicted, and the heads of all the vessels, as well as the frigate, were now round the compass.
"There's our boats,"
said Mr Oxbelly.
"They will have a long pull, and all for nothing."
"How savage they will be," observed Gascoigne. "Never mind that," replied Jack. "Mesty says that dinner is ready." After dinner they all went on deck, and found that the boats had separated, one pulling for each of the prizes, and 2 for the Rebiera. In less than an hour they will probably be alongside. "And now let us decide how we are to act. We must not resist if they attempt to impress the men."
"I've been thinking about that matter, Mr Easy, and it appears to me that the men must be permitted to act as they please, and that we must be neuter. I, as a lieutenant in His Majesty's service, cannot of course act, neither can Mr Gascoigne. You are not in the service, but I should recommend you to do the same. That the men have a right to resist, if possible, is admitted. They always do so, and never are punished for so doing. Under the guns of the frigate, of course, we should only have to submit, but those two boats do not contain more than 25 men, I should think, and our men are the stronger party. We had better leave it to them, and stand neuter." "Dat very good advice," said Mesty. "Leave it to us." And Mesty walked away forward, where the seamen were already in consultation. Jack also agreed to the prudence of this measure, and he perceived that the seamen, after a consultation with Mesty, were all arming themselves for resistance. The boats were now close on board, and the English colours were hoisted at the gaff. This did not, however, check the impetus of the boats, who, with their ensigns trailing in the still water astern of them, dashed alongside, and an officer leapt on board, cutlass in hand, followed by the seamen of the frigate. The men of the Rebiera remained collected forward, Easy, Gascoigne, and Oxbelly aft. "What vessel is this?" cried the lieutenant who commanded the boats. Jack, with the greatest politeness, took off his hat and told him that it was the Rebiera, letter of marque, and that the papers were ready for his inspection. "And the other vessels?" "Prizes to the Rebiera, cut out of Malaga Bay," replied Jack. "Then you are a privateer," observed the disappointed officer. "Where are your papers?" "Mr Oxbelly obliged me by bringing them up," said Jack. "Fat Jack of the Bone House," observed the lieutenant, looking at Oxbelly. "A lieutenant in His Majesty's service, of longer standing than yourself, young man," replied Oxbelly firmly, "and who, if he ever meets you in any other situation, will make you answer for your insolent remark." "Indeed," observed the lieutenant ironically. "Now, if you had said you were once a boatswain or gunner—" "Consider yourself kicked," roared Oxbelly, losing his temper. "Heyday, why, you old porpoise!" "Sir," observed Jack, who listened with indignation, "Mr Oxbelly is a lieutenant in His Majesty's service, and you have no right to insult him, even if he were not." "I presume you are all officers," replied the lieutenant. "I am, sir," reported Gascoigne, "an officer in His Majesty's service, and on board of this vessel by permission of Captain Sawbridge of the Latona." "And I was until a few months ago, sir," continued Jack. "At present I am captain and owner of this vessel, but here are the papers. You will have no obstruction from us in the execution of your duty. At the same time, I call upon the two young gentlemen by your side, and your own men, to bear witness to what takes place." "Oh, very well, sir, just as you please. Your papers, I perceive, are all right. Now you will oblige me by mustering your men." "Certainly, sir," replied Jack. "Send all the men aft to muster, Mr Oxbelly." The men came aft to the mainmast with Mesty at their head, and answered to their names. As the men passed over, the lieutenant made a pencil mark against 10 of them, who appeared the finest seamen, and when the roll had been called, he ordered those men to get their bags and go into the boat. "Sir, as you observe, I am short handed, with my men away in the prizes, and I, as commander of this vessel, protest against this proceeding. If you insist upon taking them, of course I can do nothing," observed Jack. "I do insist, sir. I'm not going on board empty handed, at all events." "Well, sir, I can say no more," said Jack, walking aft to the taffrail, to which Oxbelly and Gascoigne had retreated. "Come on, my lads, get those men in the boat," said the lieutenant.
But the men had all retreated forward in a body, with Mesty at their head, and had armed themselves. Some of the seamen of the frigate had gone forward, in obedience to their officer, to lead the men selected into the boat, but they were immediately desired to keep back. The scuffle forward attracted the notice of the lieutenant, who immediately summoned all his men out of the boats. "Mutiny, by heaven! Come up, all of you, my lads." Mesty then came forward, with a sabre in one hand and a pistol in the other, and then addressed the seamen of the frigate. "I tell you this, my lads, you not as strong as we, you not got better arms. We not under gun of frigate now, and have determination not to go board. Pose you want us, come take us, pose you can, but by all the power but we make mincemeat of you anyhow." The seamen paused. They were ready to fight for their country, but not to be killed by or kill those who were their own countrymen, and who were doing exactly what they would have done themselves. The lieutenant thought otherwise. He was exasperated at the sensation. "You black scoundrel! I left you out because I thought you not worth having, but now I'll add you to the number." "Stop a little," replied Mesty. The lieutenant would not take the Ashanti's very prudent advice. He flew forward to seize Mesty, who, striking him a blow with the flat of his sabre, almost levelled him to the deck. At this the men and other officers of the frigate darted forward, but after a short scuffle, in which a few wounds were received, were beaten back into the boats. The lieutenant was thrown in after them by the nervous arm of Mesty, and assailed by cold shot and other missiles, they sheered off with precipitation, and pulled back in the direction of the frigate. "There will be a row about this," said Oxbelly, "as soon as they come clear of the vessel. If the frigate gets hold of us, she will show us no mercy. There is a breeze coming from the northwest. How fortunate! We shall be 3 leagues to windward, and may escape." "I doubt if she could catch us. At any point of sailing they may come up with the prizes, but can do nothing with them." "No, the boats which boarded them are already returned to the frigate. She must wait for them, and that will give us a start, and it will be night before they can make sail." "Fire a gun for the prizes to close," said Jack. "We will put the men on board again, and then be off to Palermo as fast as we can." "We can do no better," said Oxbelly. "If ever I chance to meet that fellow again, I will trouble him to repeat his words. Trim the sails, my lads." "His language was unpardonable," observed Jack. "Since I've been in the service, Mr Easy, I've always observed that some officers appear to imagine that because they are under the king's pennant they are warranted in insulting and tyrannising over all those who have not the honour to hoist it, whereas the very fact of their being king's officers should be an inducement to them to show an example of courtesy and gentlemanly conduct in the execution of their duty, however unpleasant it may be." "It is only those who, insignificant themselves, want to make themselves of importance by the pennant they serve under," replied our hero. "Very true, Mr Easy, but you are not aware that a great part of the ill will shown to the service is owing to the insolence of those young men in office. The king's name is a warrant for every species of tyranny and unwarrantable conduct. I remember Mrs Oxbelly telling one of them when—" "I beg your pardon, Mr Oxbelly," interrupted Jack, "but we have no time to chat now. The breeze is coming down fast, and I perceive the prizes are closing. Let us lower down the boat, send the men on board again, and give them their orders, which I will do in writing in case they part company." "Very true, sir. It will be dark in half an hour, and as we are now standing in shore, they will think that we intend to remain on the coast.
As soon as it is quite dark, we will shape our course for Palermo. I will go down and look at the chart.
End of chapter 40. Chapter 41, the last chapter of Mr. Midshipman Easy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Midshipman Easy by Captain Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 41, which winds up the nautical adventures of Mr. Midshipman Easy. In half an hour the prizes were again alongside, the men put on board, and the boat hoisted up. The frigate still remained becalmed to leeward, and hoisted in her boats. They watched until she was hid by the shades of night, and then, wearing round, stood away with the wind 2 points free for the coast of Sicily. The next morning, when the sun rose, there was nothing in sight. Strange anomaly in a state of high civilisation, where you find your own countrymen avoided and more dreaded than even your foes. The run was prosperous, the weather was fine, and the prizes did not part company. On the 16th day the Ribiera and her convoy anchored in Palermo Bay. The wind was light in the morning that they stood in, and as Jack had a large blue flag with Ribiera in white letters hoisted at the main, Don Philip and Don Martin were on board and greeting our hero before the Ribiera's anchor had plunged into the clear blue water. The information which our hero received, after having been assured of the health of Agnes and her parents, was satisfactory. The disappearance of the friar had at first occasioned much surprise, but as the servants of Don Ribiera swore to his return without the black, and the letter of Don Ribiera sent to the convent requesting his presence was opened and read, there was no suspicion against the family. 100 conjectures had been afloat, but gradually they had subsided, and it was at last supposed that he had been carried off by the banditti, some of whom had been taken, and acknowledged that they had seized a friar on a day they could not recollect. The reader will remember that it was Mesty. The Ribiera received pratique, and Jack hastened on shore with Don Philip and his brother, and was once more in company of Agnes, who, in our hero's opinion, had improved since his departure. Most young men in love think the same after an absence, provided it is not too long. The prizes were sold and the money distributed, and every man was satisfied, as the cargoes fetched a larger sum than they had anticipated. We must pass over the pros and cons of Don Ribiera and his lady, the pleading of Jack for immediate nuptials, the unwillingness of the mother to part with her only daughter, the family consultation, the dowry, and all these particulars. A month after his arrival Jack was married, and was of course as happy as the day was long. A few days afterwards Mr Oxbelly advised departure, as the expenses of the vessel were heavy, and it was his duty to do so. Don Philip and Don Martin obtained leave to go to England with their sister and her husband. Nevertheless Jack, who found Palermo a very pleasant residence, was persuaded by the Don and his wife to remain there a month, and then there was crying and sobbing and embracing and embarking, and at last the Ribiera, whose cabins had been arranged for the reception of the party, weighed and made sail for Malta, Jack having promised to call upon the Governor. In 4 days they anchored in Vallette harbour, and Jack paid his respects to his old friend, who was very glad to see him. The Governor sent his own barge for Mrs Easy, and she was installed in the state apartments, which were acknowledged to be very comfortable. Our hero had, as usual, a long story to tell the Governor, and the Governor listened to it very attentively, probably because he thought it would be the last, which opportunity Jack employed to narrate the unfortunate end of his father.
I would not have said so at the time, Mr Easy, but now the wound is healed, I tell you that it is the best thing that could have happened. Poor old gentleman, he was mad indeed."
Our hero remained a fortnight at Malta, and then Signora Easy was re-embarked, and once more the Riviera made sail.
"Fare you well, my lad. What I have seen of your brothers-in-law pleases me very much, and as for your wife, it will be your own fault if she is not all that you would wish. If ever I come to England again, I will pay my first visit to Forest Hill. God bless you."
But Sir Thomas never did go back to England, and this was their final adieu. Once more the Riviera pursued her course, stopped one day or two at Gibraltar, shared the proceeds of the captured gunboat, and then made sail for England, where she arrived without adventure or accident in 3 weeks. Thus ended the last cruise of Mr Midshipman Easy. As soon as their quarantine at the Mother Bank was over, they disembarked and found Dr Middleton and Mr Hanson waiting for them at the George Hotel. Our hero scarcely had time to introduce his wife when the waiter said that a lady wished to speak to him. She did not wait to know if Jack was visible, but forced her way past him. Jack looked at her large proportions and decided at once that it must be Mrs Oxbelly, in which conjecture he was right.
"Pray, sir, what do you mean by carrying off my husband in that way?" exclaimed the lady, red with anger.
God forbid that I should have to carry your husband, Mrs Oxbelly. He is rather too heavy."
"Yes, sir, but it's little better than kidnapping, and there's a law for kidnapping children in all events. I shall send my lawyer to you, that you may depend upon."
"You hardly can consider your husband as a child, Mrs Oxbelly," replied Jack, laughing.
"Very well, sir, we shall see. Pray, where is he now?"
"He is on board, Mrs Oxbelly, and will be delighted to see you."
"I'm not quite so sure of that."
"He is very anxious to see little Billy," said Gascoigne.
"What do you know of little Billy, young man?"
"And more than anxious to be on shore again. He's quite tired of sleeping single, Mrs Oxbelly."
"Oh, very well. He has been talking, has he? Very well," exclaimed the lady in a rage.
"But," said Easy, "I am happy to say that with pay and prize money during his short absence, he has brought home nearly £500.
£500? You don't say so, sir," exclaimed Mrs Oxbelly. "Are you sure of that?"
"Quite sure," rejoined Gascoigne.
£500? Well, that is comfortable. Dear me, how glad I shall be to see him. Well, Mr Easy, it was hard to part with him in so unhandsome a way, but all's for the best in this world. What a dear nice lady your wife is, Mr Easy. But I won't intrude, beg pardon. Where is the brig, Mr Easy?"
"Now coming into harbour," replied Gascoigne. "If you bargain, you can get off for twopence."
£500?
exclaimed Mrs Oxbelly, whose wrath was now appeased.
"By all power, she no fool of a woman that," said Mesty as she retreated curtsying. "I think Mr Oxbelly very right sleep single."
We have now come to the end of our hero's adventures. That afternoon they all started for Forest Hill, where everything was ready for their reception. The Riviera's men were paid off, and were soon distributed on board of His Majesty's ships. The vessel was sold, and Mr Oxbelly retired to Southsea, to the society of his wife and little Billy. Whether he obtained from his wife a divorce de thoro is not handed down. Our hero, who was now of age, invited all within 20 miles of home to balls and dinners, became a great favourite, kept a pack of hounds, rode with the foremost, received a deputation to stand for the county in the Conservative interest, was elected without much expense, which was very wonderful, and took his seat in Parliament. Don Philip and Don Martin, after 2 months' stay, took their passage back to Palermo, fully satisfied with the prospects of their sister as to competence and happiness. Jack had no occasion to argue the point with Agnes. She conformed at once to the religion of her husband, proved an excellent and affectionate wife, and eventually the mother of 4 children, 3 boys and a girl. Mesty held his post with dignity, and proved himself trustworthy. Gascoigne, by the interest of the Conservative member, soon obtained the rank of post captain, and was always his devoted and sincere friend. And thus ends the history of Mr. Midshipman Easy.
End of chapter 41 and end of
Mr. Midshipman Easy by Frank Marryat. Read by Adrian Pretzelis in Santa Rosa, California, January 2010.